ladies and gentlemen. We are in the building. Boy Sal here, freestockpicks.org. Welcome back to the show. All the people in the chat room already. Travi, what's going on? Robert Dupree's, what's going on? People slowly coming into the room. Sal, you said I've been on that color people. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Getting things set up and stuff. But we here. We here, man. We here. And let's get the show started. It's Friday. It's Friday. All right. Chill show today. We'll see how the show is. We'll see how the show is tonight. You guys know today's Friday. It's a random show, whatever you guys want to talk about. I didn't see some good trades today, man. I honestly, I didn't make any trades today at all. There was nothing to, in my opinion, to jump on. There was a lot of, pretty good gains across the board. Again, I looked at the biggest gainer list by 3 o'clock, and I didn't see anything that we talked about recently. Overall on the biggest gainer list. I want to go long in Apple, man. I feel like Apple at $100 a share, I think there might be about $50 there that I might be able to take advantage of until after the launch of the iPhone 7, man. I think they're like $50 that I can make per share on Apple. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We've already got some calls coming in here. 832, okay? You're not getting on the show, 832. All right, so let me go ahead and get the show started, guys. Later on the show, I want to share with you a really great article, 10 rules for rookie traders. Most of you guys will know this already. This is really for the new people. Old article came out in 2011, kind of when I first started, that I still bookmarked. That's still up, and it's a pretty popular article written by a really great author who has written books called one book like How to Start Trading Now, all about indicators. So Michael Sincere, which his books are all in that torrent that we put out a couple of days ago with all the books and stuff like that. So all his books are in that torrent. Really, really great writer about trading, and I'll give you guys the article later in the show. Market Watch had a really great article today, and to headline the show, what's going on, everybody? Barry Parker, Joel, Robert Gomez, welcome, 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 everybody in the show. Lennox John, Damar Simmons, welcome, welcome, everybody coming in. All right, so I'll tweet this out in just a minute. But Market Watch had a really great article, and I'm really interested in talking with a lot of older people, specifically people in like their 70s, mid 70s, early 70s, really getting that knowledge about if there's some things that you could do differently. What is it that you could do if you were my age again? And those are answers I really pay attention to because I always want to make sure that I'm not missing anything, or I'm not appreciating something that I'm not appreciating enough. And I spoke with some people today, just some older people that I know around my community, and they kind of talked about, spending more time with their parents and things like that. And those are things that I'm definitely planning on working on to doing more. I have really worked on it these last couple years, spending a lot more time with my parents and uncles. Close family that you spend a lot of time when you're younger, but as you grow older, you don't necessarily grow apart from your parents, but sometimes we allow life to, draw us away from the daily grind of being able to, not grind, but daily communication, man. And, your parents are people and family members, even an uncle or an aunt. Those are people you should be reaching out to, if not daily, every other day. If not daily, every other day. You should be in contact with those people. And those are some of the things that I took from speaking with a lot of these older people. And interesting enough, this article on Market Watch talks about how one of their biggest regrets too is not saving enough for retirement. Not saving enough for retirement. Obviously, everybody in this room, we all know that, planning our financial destiny is the number one thing on our mind 24/7 for most of the people in this room. I know it is for me. So that necessarily wasn't a problem, but they talked about traveling a lot more, being more ambitious with their life and things that they wanted to do. So yeah, that was a day that I spent today. Today was really, after about 11 o'clock, I realized that I was like, fuck it with this market. I went and go and do something else. Um, just kind of spent some time thinking about some things, man, and kicking it with uh, the elders in the community. So shout out to everybody slowing in the chat room. Yeah, I gotta send this out on Twitter so we can get some more people in here. What's going on, Mr. Lloyd? Mr. Lloyd's in the building. I got an email from you saying about a stock that you called last night. Email subscribe. The article. Which article? Yeah, I'm going to. Oh yeah, the article I'm talking about. In fact, I'm about to put that in the chat room right now. I'm about to put that in the chat room right now. So here's the article. Let's talk about it right now. It's called 10 Rules for Rookie Day Traders. 10 Rules for Rookie Day Traders. And again, most of you guys would know this already, but sometimes having okay, all right, Mr. Lloyd's in the house. What's going on? What's going on, Mr. Lloyd?
Hey, man! I'm sitting live in Orlando right now, and I just took heart to your statement, man, about spending time, man. You know what I'm saying? You made a good point, and here it is. I've been busting my ass for 4 years and married to my job. And I got married. I bought a house. I moved my mom into the mother-in-law unit, and I got a new job, all within the 1 month of each other.
Oh wow!
And here's 4 years later. This is our honeymoon / first vacation that I've taken since I've been married.
Wow!
And it was a realization. And when you said that, man, you absolutely right. I don't know what it is, but I didn't want to wake up when I was 60 and say, hey, let's take a vacation. I mean, I don't want to have all that time pass. So I'm glad that you did that today, man.
Yeah.
So and also, can you email your subscribers that article, man? I would like to read that. Unfortunately, by me being on the phone, I got to switch back and forth, so I'm trying to make sure I ain't cutting nobody off when they call in.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Yeah, I'll send that out because I do think that would be a really great email to send out this weekend. So I'll definitely have that sent out. I'm about to talk about it on the show now, but yeah, that'll be a great email I can send out to let people know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to catch up one thing, and once I get checked in the hotel and stuff, I'm gonna kind of chime back into the show or just listen in. But I wanted to talk about that stock that we were talking about last night, that little penny stock, that OTC stock. What'd you think about the move this morning?
Hey, yeah, give me the ticker for that one again, man.
Oh, you said you wrote it down, bro.
I did write it down, but hey, is that the A? Hey, is it the AGBT?
AJBI?
Okay, yeah.
I think it's AJBI.
I think it's AJBT. Hold on, let me see.
Hold on, let me double check. Hold on one second.
Is it AJBI? Yeah, okay, AJBI. Okay, AJBI. You're right. AJBI, 56 cents. Nice move, 1% today.
AJBI, Alpha Juliet Bravo Igloo.
AJBI, 56 cents, up 4 cents. Or actually up 2 cents, 4%.
But it went from 54 to 60 day. I would have sold at 61. I would have sold at 59. But what I was telling you, it was up 15% the day prior, and based on that gap up and that big long red candle, that was an opportunity for someone to make an additional. If they put 5,000 or 6,000 in, to get that 6% return, or was it 8% return? So that's what I'm going to be hunting for, man. Those are the type of stocks that I like to look for, and I would like to see that article that you have, just to see what other people are doing as far as the Tim's trading mistakes, or to teach. Because I can always learn, man. I'm not going to say I'm the best trader, but the more knowledge I have, the better I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna take some pictures of some crab legs, and I'm gonna send them to you to the fam on the show.
Not a problem. Not a problem. Do that, man.
Hey, listen, I do got a possible ticker for the future. I don't know what it is, but have you heard on the news how I was taking some pictures out the window as we was coming in, and it reminded me Orlando has some type of allergy problem in their water. I don't know if you noticed that or not. It was really big on the news that they can't get rid of this allergy. So whatever chemical company comes up with something to help to get rid of this allergy problem. I mean, I think that would be a good, just like the Zika. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I
So
was about to say
so
because I know the Zika is a problem. I don't know about that allergy. That's a new thing that I'm hearing about. I'm guessing
yeah, yeah,
it's pretty big on the news there.
yeah. So if you look up Florida's allergy, I don't know. I seen it on the news when I was in Seattle. So and it was a big issue, but when I flew in, I saw all this green shit, and I'll show you the pictures, man. I saw all this green shit around me, really dark, it looked like grass.
Mm.
Um, so, yeah, man, here's the rental car company right here. But you guys have a good night, man, and I'll catch you in about a couple hours, okay?
All right, appreciate it.
All
Thank you
right,
for the
man.
call.
Thank you, man. Have a good day.
Not a
All right, bye
problem.
bye.
All right, guys. Of course, you know that's longtime favorite in the house, Mr. Lloyd. Shout out Miss Petaway and everybody else in the chat room right now. Um, welcome, welcome, welcome to everybody in the chat room. Astral, Jaw Warrior, what's going on? Zero. Yeah, up a little bit, Zero. Up a little bit. I'm gonna need some damn news to drop on that stock. That's what I need. I need some news to drop on that stock. Kevin, what's going on? Um, so yeah, going back to the article, it's called 10 Rules for Rookie Day Traders. I posted that in the chat room for you guys. And it came out in 2011. It's still up, surprisingly. And I think that's a testament to the fact that it's a really good article. Also, the writer, a very passionate writer about stocks, and Michael Sincere. And he's got some really good books. I need to get started on all about indicators. But there's so many intro to indicators books, including you know what's it called? Technical analysis for dummies. So any intro book has to meet that level of standard, and that's a really great book. If you've read Technical Analysis for Dummies, you can pretty much move on to the next level and actually really start breaking the. You can move on to the book after that, which is Encyclopedia of Technical Analysis, and that one's a way more in depth. So he starts off with the article with the number one rule, which is the the first the three E's of trading, which is enter, exit, and escape. So his number one rule, again, I've only just basically copied this exact formula. Ever since I started back in 2012, I just make sure I look at this formula. Now I've pretty much memorized it. But his first three E's, enter, exit, and escape, is so important. Rule number one, always having an enter price. That's just common sense. We talked about a little bit this yesterday when Jay called up, and yeah, zinc. We're gonna hit up zinc in just a moment. I want to just get this first rule uh, out of the way here as we kind of bounce in and out of the article. And the three E's: enter, exit, escape. So number one, having an enter price, exit price, and an escape price for a worst case scenario, right? So, you know, I've always said for me it's been 10% intraday, any type of 10% loss intraday, 10% of whatever the high of that day was. Um, that's my really escape price, right? That's my worst case intraday, exit. I got to get out. It was. I don't care where it's going. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. All right. My personal exit price overall is 25%. I'm willing to take as much as a 25% loss on my trade because I hold stocks for a lot longer than most people in the chat room probably, and I'm willing to go that low and to eventually come out. Now, obviously, sometimes it hits, and I got to move on to something else. But that allows me to be able to escape what I would call fake outs. And fake outs are sometimes when you buy a stock and 2 or 3 days later, sometimes you're down and you're still down. And as someone like myself who will hold between 7 and 21 days or more, um, that allows me to escape those fake outs and not having to find myself in a situation where I'm giving up my losses, right? So I'm claiming a loss, and then I'm also losing money on the trade in terms of the price of the trade. So have that exit, have that worst case scenario escape, right? So those are really, really big. And plus, you got to also know when to lock in profits, man. You got to know when you're selling. Um, there's got to be a price where you feel like you've got to sell. When Jay comes on, or when anybody else comes on, I ask them, hey, when do you think is a great price to get out of here? If you're coming in, what's the exit price here? When do you feel like it'll be the right time for you to get out? And of all the times, you always want to try and figure out a way to get out with the momentum, right? You don't want to get pushed out the stock. You don't want to hold too long where you're getting pushed out the wrong way. You always want to exit a stock with the momentum. That's something that you got to get used to because you start to think about, man, I left a lot on the table. But let's say my situation with AMD or the situation with Sprint, I left something on the table. I mean, AMD ran the very next day, but I knew earnings were going to hit, and they hit, and I got out. And it ran the next day and the day after that. And, a part of me was like, shit, I should have held. But that wasn't the rule. The rule was to get out with earnings. That was the rule, and I stuck to my rule. Sprint the same way. Sprint ran for another 2 days. Eventually it collapsed. But the rule was to get out after earnings, and I stuck to my rule, leaving money on the table. But there's always going to be another time. There's always going to be another time to make money. So, that's something to never, feel like you got to hold and oh my God, it's going to keep running and I know it'll keep going. You made money, get your money, keep it moving. You made money, keep it, just get your money and find a new opportunity. All right. So that's uh, part one of that article. So let's go into some trades that happened today. Shamaka, yeah, Zinc ran today, which was kind of crazy because I was honestly hoping Zinc would get back to the 30s. It ran today. We opened up in the 30s, and then it just kind of found some heavy buyers to kind of jump in, and that was kind of like, you know, my thing. I don't mind when a stock runs. I really don't. But when a stock runs on no news and it's a bankrupt company like Zinc, that's just kind of like, man, because for the next couple of days it's going to go back down. You know what I'm saying? That's frustrating because it's not a real move. It's not a real move. Next week, this stock will probably end up right back in the 30s again. So, it found some buyers who are probably value buyers in here coming in late Friday, maybe thinking something's going to happen next week. Um, I've been keeping up with the news. I got a Google alert on Zinc for any news. There was no news that came out this week at all on the bankruptcy, so I don't know what that run today was about. I have no idea what that run today was about. So, runs like that actually kind of piss me off because nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen. Nothing's going to happen with that. All right, so let me go and see here. Let's see. But other than that, it was a very sideways day on the market, man. Very sideways day. Especially for a lot of stocks that we talked about. There was one stock I've been watching for a little bit. I've mentioned it on the show, XCOM. XCOM was up today, and I have been watching this stock for a little while. I wished I jumped into it, but it's kind of one of those things that has a tendency not to hold gains. And when it pops, it'll lose it. It'll pop, it'll lose it. And intraday today it popped and then it lost it and then popped toward the end of the day. So XCOM it seems to be a day trader stock, not necessarily something you can hold uh, multiple days. That scam of a play, SPU, SPU today, that thing now, you don't want to say it's kumbaya because at the end of the day it's still up. But today was one of the weakest days in that stock over the last 2 weeks. Today was one of the weaker days in terms of a green day for that stock, if not the weakest green day that it's had in the last week and a half. Is that a sign of bad news to come? You can't say that because the stock is lost sometimes 10%, and then next day it comes back roaring up 22%. So SPU has gotten to a point now you've got legitimate financial news sources writing articles saying SPU should be part of your investment plan. I couldn't believe it. I said a article about it, and I'm reading websites, respectable websites, right? StreetInsider.com, stuff like them, talking about Sky People Fruit Juice as if it's some kind of like long-term play or something like that. I mean, do they not know this is a scam? Do they not know what's pushing this up? TheStreet.com writing an article on Sky People Fruit Juice as if this is like a legitimate play. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But it's good to know that people in this chat room know what the hell is going on in that scam. And a lot of small Chinese little stocks are benefiting from this. Basically every low flow Chinese play is on watch now because of Sky People Fruit Juice. Everybody's trying to jump on the next big thing or what could be the next big thing. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I spoke a little bit early on the show about Apple, and Apple, you know, I don't know if Mr. Lloyd is still listening. He said he sold his Apple shares. I wanted to ask him if he regrets that after these amazing earnings that Apple recently came out with. Now, you guys know Apple is not a penny stock. Apple is definitely not a penny stock, but as we go into the release of the iPhone 7 a couple months away, is Apple a potential stock, that you can put, 3-4 grand in? And if you're willing to hold it, could you find yourself with $40-50 a share 90 days from now, 90, 110, 120 days from now? I think that could be a possibility at $100 a share. We know where the stock has been. We know where the stock has been. Got beat up for a couple months, on its way back up. And for the last 3 days, it's held its gains pretty nicely. It's held its gains pretty nicely. And, I honestly feel that sometimes if you don't have a lot of money, maybe you need to grow it a little slowly. If you don't have a lot of money, maybe you need to get into some of these bigger stocks and grow your money a little bit, a little bit slowly. It's gotten to a point where I'm seeing a lot of people starting with $1,500, $1,000, and they're losing their money so fast, man. Because I get the emails, hey man, oh man, I started with 1,500 and I'm down $400, man. I'm down to my last $600, man. Can you give me a stock that's going to help me build my account back up? And the first thing you want to know is are you holding positions? Are you day trading? What exactly are you doing? And most of them are trying to day trade $1,500. trying to day trade 2,500 bucks, and then you going in and out 20 bucks here, 20 bucks there. Then you're losing on your trade 70, 80, $90. Those losses add up so quickly that maybe you really need to step back and say, okay, let me find a very good quality stock that is not going to make me a killing, right? It's not going to make me a killing in the next week, but something that I can put my money into, forget about it a little bit, and sure, my return is not going to be huge, but I'm going to have a return. I honestly think for some people, it's got to get to a point where let's just get a return, man. Let's just get a profit. And I'm not going to call anybody out. I'm not going to do that at all. I would just love if some people would just focus on let's have a trade where it's a profit. Let's have a trade for once that honestly makes financial sense, right? And it's going to build our confidence. Because I really think at the beginning you got to build confidence in this endeavor that you're trying to do. You know? So we talk about these low cheap companies, these cheap trades. Um, but I mean, honestly, man, I want to see everybody win. I don't want to hear about people taking, losses, man. That shit adds up. And not only that, as I said, it makes you doubt whether or not you can do this. You know, it makes you doubt. What are you talking about, Lennox John? Fundamental criteria and scenarios. What are you talking about, bro? You stock can dollar you to death. Yes, that broker in particular, because they don't have a PDT rule, it can force you into thinking that you've got to trade, a lot more to make profit because it's only $1. Let me keep making these moves. Let me keep making these moves. It's only $1. It's only $2 to trade, right? But if you're taking a longer term view, that dollar ain't hurting you, man. Now, if that's not how you trade, then that's a different story. But if you should be trading like that, but you're trading like, a madman going in and out of trades, that's understandable. Dave Thomas, I honestly think that's going to get there, man. I honestly think Sprint has that potential. There's no doubt about it. Sprint does have the potential to go to $10. I can see Sprint at $10 by December or so. It can get there. And what Dave is doing is that's how you make money in this business, man. If you especially if you're not making money day trading, you need to switch it up. How long are you going to keep losing? Right. What's going on, Tehran? Yeah, if you're going to make quick profits, you stock trade is great as long as you winning. As long as you winning. You know, as long as you winning, sure. So Dave, So Dave, you're actually playing in options, right? Is that what you're doing? That's something that I plan on learning about this weekend. because options, excuse me, do use a smaller amount of capital than stocks do. Because I would love to, if I'm probably not saying this right, but I would love to buy a call on Apple for the future at the prices now. I mean, is that, I'm not, I don't know if I'm saying it right, using the right lingo, but I would love to have the right to buy Apple at today's prices 4 or 5 or 6 months from now. I would love that. So let's go into some stocks here. TTM, Tata Motors, 37.83. All right, up $3. I don't know much about Tata. I know that they're, of course, the big Indian car manufacturer. I think they own. Do they own? They own one European brand, don't they? Who with Tata? Rick? They own one European brand, don't they? Tata owns one European brand. Dave said they're called Leaps. Okay, Leaps. All right, that's what's up. Yeah, Teron, we talked about SPU. It's pretty much sideways. It's pretty much sideways. Tracy Grant, Amazon. Yeah, I talked about Amazon on yesterday's show. And Amazon, go look at what the analysts are saying about Amazon. They're calling this a $900 stock. Most analysts have put it at 850 or higher. 850 or higher. Now, personally, I think there's a bigger return in Apple than there is in Amazon. Obviously, Amazon, for the amount of shares for one Amazon stock, you can go and buy, what, about six shares, or seven, actually seven shares, or eight, really, at 658 of Apple, right? So I think you got a better return over 3 or 4 months in Apple than you do Amazon, but and that has a lot to do with how much you have to trade. Obviously, if you got a ton of cash, by all means, jump in Amazon if you can do it. Jump in Amazon if you can do it. But if you're talking about reward, I think Apple has a better, you know, catalyst moving forward for that kind of growth I think you're looking for. This iPhone 7 launch is huge. This iPhone 7 launch is huge. MFST, Medford Solutions. If it is a pump, it's drying up, man. If MFST is a pump, it's drying up. Looking at that chart, I'm looking at a chart that looks like it's running out of gas, man. I'm looking at a stock that looks like it's running out of gas. I don't know if I'd want to stay in there. I don't know if I'd want to stay in there, man. Looks like it's running out of gas to me. Jaguar, okay. CYTR, earnings Monday, CYTR. You expect them to beat earnings, sir? See the gap down. Yeah, that could be a nice little pop if they do a good job there, man. Barry, that could be a nice little pop. VTAE. But yeah, that could be a really nice little pop on that CY stock. VATE. I don't know much about this company. What's the catalyst there moving forward? Down 40 cents today. Is there any kind of trial going on here? Are we going to be seeing any kind of news coming out to move this higher? I think it's been really weak for. Let me look at this 2 week chart. It's kind of doesn't. It's not really consistent. Dropped under support, breakout. Because it looks like you're going back. It looks like it's just trying to avoid that 1040. If it cracks 1040, I'm out of there. When we talk about VTAE, if I'm you, if I'm you, if I'm you, so you pulled out of apps today. Okay, I'm not. I'm not. Suit yourself, but I'm not. My rule is 10%. Ria G, what's going on, Ria? CLD got in apps. Yeah, Joe. I mean, that's my rule is 10%. I mean, it's a cheap stock. I'm not running out of a $1 stock that goes down. That goes down 9 cents. It's a $1 stock. Of course, that's going to be a significant loss on a $1 stock. Bought in at 721. Oh, well, I mean, Rob, when you say it that way, I mean, that's nothing to that's nothing to laugh at. Then you're up pretty big in that. Then I'm thinking you're in the tens with it. I mean, if you're up that high, as long as you're not seeing your gains significantly erode, ride it out and see what happens. But what's your exit price on that? I mean, do you have a price in mind that you want to get out at, or are you kind of just seeing what happens? Yeah, same here, Joel. I'm waiting for August 9th. I don't care what happens to the stock until August 9th. If it's bad, then it's a loss. I mean, shit. Life happens. Uh, Mag, you talking about CLD? CLD. CLD. 67 cents up 24 cents. Wow. Cloud Peak Energy. 67, 24% gain. Good God. Shout out to CLD. If you were in that, man, shout out to you. 850, you're on the air. What's up?
Hey Sal, how are you?
What's going on? Who am I speaking with?
It's Jamaica.
Hey, what's going on with you?
Hey, I'm just calling to check on you. You seem a little agitated tonight. You
Oh,
okay?
yeah, I'm doing fine. Do I seem agitated?
Yeah, a little bit. Is there
Okay.
anything I can do for you?
No, I mean, I'm good. I mean, I'm kind of surprised I was coming off that way. I didn't think I was.
That's all good. You know I'm a nurse, so I can help you.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Um, yeah, but I'm sorry if I was coming off that way. I was kind of frustrated today because I felt like there were no trades today.
Okay.
I wanted to do something today, but I don't like going into the weekend a little bit flustered.
Yeah.
A little bit like feeling like I'm not sure, what direction to take right now with my money because nothing really kind of got into the position where it was like, oh, okay, I know this is going to happen next week. So I'm a little bit flustered with that. I guess you can see that.
Yeah.
So
Well, I'm here for you.
thank you so much. I appreciate the call, love.
All right.
All right.
Bye bye.
Shout out to her for calling, man. Miss Petaway is a nurse, guys. She is a registered nurse. She's a registered nurse. I'm sorry if I'm coming off that way. I'm sorry if I'm coming off that way, guys. I don't mean to come off that way. Uh, but today was kind of frustrating, man. Like I felt like it was like nothing really like really kind of added up. I was looking for Office Depot. Nothing there on Office Depot. Apps was down, but I know what apps can do, so I'm not tripping on apps. It's something that I've been sitting on for a while. GSAT didn't do anything. Um, Sprint, I'm not back in, so I'm still watching that. I would love a nice little dip to get back into that. I missed Wednesday because I thought it could probably go lower Thursday, but it didn't. Thought it would go lower today, it didn't. So we'll see if we even get back under the sixes in Sprint. AMD was up. AMD was up, although slightly, and I like how AMD was channeling today. So we're talking about a possible another breakout in AMD. Um, FSS is another one that's kind of irritated me too because it's not necessarily setting up the way I want, but I'm willing to be a little bit more patient on that one too. But AMD right now looks like the real play moving into next week because it's getting into that channel where it's looking to blow out again. But it has in the past broken out to the downside. If you look back on the 31st, on the 21st on AMD, that Thursday just before earnings, it broke down south. But I think that was more because of fear, not necessarily um, what people thought about the company. What people thought about the company. I was a big fan of CHK. CHK ran up, really nice return today in CHK. But CHK, as soon as you really start to trust the stock, it lets you down. So I kind of got a little bit with that stock. As soon as you start to really depend on CHK and you're like, okay, it's going to do something, it's going to retest 6, then the stock will collapse. And if you notice, it'll try 550, then collapse. 550 collapse. So it did that on the 24th. No, it did that on Monday, the 25th. Then it did it again on Wednesday, the 27th. So, yeah, so very sweet of you, Miss Petaway, to do that. I appreciate you for doing that. Barry said I'm turning into Tim Sykes. Nah, man, not at all, man. Not at all. What's going on, Deathlock? Focus on money. Focus on money said I was blushing. Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Yeah, Phil, that's my last episode analysis paralysis. I was thinking about it like yesterday, man. Like, what's the trade for Friday? And I couldn't really set it up because I like to set up for these months ahead. If you notice, I like my month to be kind of set up to where I'm in a stock for my 30 days, or my 7 or my 14. I like to start that going in on the first. So I'm in the first, I'm already in the trade. 772, what's good? Uh-oh, 772, call back. I think it was you, Treasure Hunter. Call back, Treasure Hunter. I think I clicked you up on that last ring, so you might have been sent to voicemail accidentally. Call me back, bro. What's going on, Treasure Hunter?
What's happening, Sal?
What's good with you, bro?
Man, I'm over here. I got the same vibes you got, bro. Today, you know what I'm saying? I was pissed off, sad, and depressed all at the same damn time. You know what I'm saying? Because the money is all wrapped up and shit. You know what I'm saying? I sold some trades. to get I was eyeballing some stocks and it was blowing up. And when I saw some trades, you gotta wait like 1 or 2 days for the shit to clear, whatever.
Okay.
So the whole time I'm like, damn, I'm losing money. And then I'm trying to hop on that Robinhood shit, and that ain't even ready yet. I'm like, good grief.
Yeah.
So I got the same vibe you got, bro. And the thing, one of the tickers, I was gonna jump back. Let me see, I was gonna jump back on Sprint because I seen it blowed up for a little minute.
Uh-huh.
And then another little underground play that I've been eyeballing that, saying my money was all cased up and I couldn't use it was BBY. Saying? That bitch
BBY.
is blowing up. Yeah, dog, saying? It's a mid-cap play. Shit been blowing up. It's already,
Best Buy.
like,
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
yeah. It's already blowed up that I locked it in when I locked it in at like $33 and
Okay.
I think 19 cents back, I think last week sometime, something like that. Now they keep going up. So like I said, I'm tossing and turning, and every day I'm trying to buy.
Yeah.
It ain't ready yet, so maybe next week.
Okay.
So that's my plays. Then I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? I drive the Chevy muscle truck, and I got a Honda car. So I
Okay.
did buy that Sky People fruit juice.
Okay.
I was hoping that E-Trade had me locked in for Sky People fruit juice, and then you did make the call on AMD, so I bought some of that.
Okay.
And when I looked, what I'm saying, the shit was already up. What was it? Sky People fruit juice was like $14. It went up to,
Mm.
and AMD went up. But what I'm saying, after happy hour it goes down.
Yeah.
Then I looked, I wasn't even locked in. I was like, damn, E-Trade, you must heard me talking shit about you. You
Man.
fucking my money up.
Yeah, I mean, I mean
Okay.
AMD. I like AMD going into
Time to
next
buy it
month.
for
Yeah,
low.
I like AMD. It's one of those stocks again. I'm thinking about going long at,
Mm-hmm.
um, because I like how it's going in that funnel, man. It's going back into that funnel that it
The
was
wind
in.
up.
Yeah, that little wind up for
Yeah,
the
that's what caught
breakout.
my attention.
Right, for that breakout into seven. But
Yeah,
let's, I don't want to wait too long because it's about to happen. It's getting tighter and tighter,
yeah,
where it's consolidating and and it's got every reason to break up north. Break out going
yeah.
north because
Up north, yeah.
everything's been a okay in the stocks.
Yeah, yeah, good news about it. They're making
Yeah,
all these products, the
yeah,
Visa card, the China Man, with the game thing. I mean, so me, AMD, it just won't die. Like I said, I sold that bitch like 3 times. I made a good little grip on it. After I made that good little grip on AMD, the rest of my trades been like shit.
hmm
But like I said, I've been keeping my eyes open for other trades. So I'm like you, when you left Sprint, you're trying to find another one. After I left AMD, I'm trying to find some. So
yeah,
I'm going back to the how can I say, the old house,
yeah,
old pair of shoes,
yeah,
fuck it, made money at AMD, hop back in him because like I said,
yeah.
he's gonna blow up no matter what.
Right,
Like I said, it keep going up there, but every time it goes up, you got people taking money, but ain't no problem
yeah,
because no matter what, it keep going up
right.
because it's a good stock. If it was a shit stock, it wouldn't keep going up,
That's
you
true.
know. And then Sprint, I ain't gonna lie, it was moving when I was in it with you. It was slow as shit, so I got out of it.
hmm
Then I look today, then again, another good company. Good companies, it won't die. It keep going
Yeah,
up. And
yeah,
I think AMD and I think Sprint's going to be at the penny stock. So my money get right because I'm jumping on them,
yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I mean they're both good companies, and I think now that's right now in this time.
They're cheap,
They're
low.
cheap, and
Yeah.
they've got a really good catalyst moving forward, specifically Sprint with the whole some new phones coming out for the fall. Obviously, you guys know fall season. That's when everybody comes out with some of their new phones. We got the Galaxy Note, is it 6 now? Galaxy Note 6 they're talking about. iPhone
That's what's
7.
that.
So
Man, I remember you was
yeah,
talking that damn hype. So
yeah,
my trades was down. I couldn't really buy anything after I bought the Sky People fruit juice and what else? Another one I bought. I forgot what the hell it was. Sky People fruit juice. And then I'm looking at Sprint like blowed up. I'm like, oh shit. I remember Sal was talking about they coming up with new
yeah,
phones. They must be already out. Look at the stock. It's already
yeah,
jumping
yeah.
like a club going off. Let me get in. No, can't buy, can't buy. Like, ah.
Okay.
you know?
All right. Yeah, yeah. Oh, in fact, actually, I forgot. The
What's
Galaxy
that?
Note 6 is actually going to be called the Galaxy Note 7 because the first Note is considered the first one. So I know it's kind of weird, but they're going to Galaxy Note 7. It's going to be called the Galaxy Note 7. So I just wanted to keep people up to date with that.
Shit, that's even more
Yeah,
better, dog. Sure, like I said, I might make that play that long term.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then I know if anybody talks shit about it, then again, I learned from you. Your show's very educational. If
Appreciate it, man.
anybody talks shit about the like, how can I say the company, like Sprint, like oh it's bad, da da da. I know he's trying to get in cheaper. So
Yeah,
this time I ain't gonna be scared. I'm gonna hang in there, you know.
yeah.
Because if people hung in there like you did, my shit, y'all got paid, you know.
Right.
And my ass, it's dropped. Let me sell.
Wow.
And then I had a shot for a loss, which I should have stayed in there, you know.
Sure.
But
Appreciate
I'm
it.
learning though, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all professionals, so. And then we all watch your shows and stay in the chat room. We all get better at this, you know.
All right.
So yeah, man, keep up the good work, bro.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
You got it, my man.
All right.
You.
Shout out to all the ladies in the room today. Travis Wright, Stocks and Heels, welcome, welcome. We got Miss Petaway, Rhea G. I know we got some other women in the house watching as well. Cause I get the emails, so you guys I know aren't really feeling the chat. I don't know, some women just don't want to be in the chat, but I know you guys do watch the show. So shout out to all the ladies who are watching. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Thank you so much, Treasure Hunter, for the call. Thank you for the call. Appreciate the call. So, like I was saying, yeah, the new phone is going to be the Galaxy Note 7, and that's coming out with the iPhone 7. So, not necessarily the same day. Let me see. Do we have a release date yet? I don't know if it has a release date yet. Okay, due out the beginning of August. Okay, so it's coming out any day now. The Samsung Galaxy 7 should be released. All right. The Note 7 is expected to have an iris scanner. All right. So it's going to be the first phone with an iris scanner that's actually be able to scan your eye. It's crazy, man, to unlock the phone. So this is going to be huge, man. This is going to be a huge deal. It's going to cost anywhere between $800 and $850 cash. All right. But it's going to come up with a lot of great stuff. Anywhere between 4 and possibly 6 gigs of RAM. It's going to already be built in with about 64 gigs of storage and is expected to have a 4000 mAh battery. All right, and a 20 megapixel camera. So shout out to Samsung because they always really on the ball when it comes to their technology. ULTR. We've mentioned that stock, and that's the shipping company, right? Ultra Petro Bahamas, yeah. Very susceptible to the price of oil, which isn't going up anytime soon. So I am not even close to looking at that stock. What else you got? BEBE. I think you had brought that up yesterday. Is that the retail play? BB Stores. Yeah, BB Stores. Up 16% today. What's going on over there? It was up, I believe, yesterday as well, wasn't it? Let me pull this up here. What's going on over there? Yahoo Finance, BB Stores. I like retail. It's just retail can sometimes let you down. They can sometimes let you down because stores that are doing good on the West Coast may not be doing so good on the East Coast. Um, Still watching New York and Co. That's another retail play that I really like. New York and Co. Still looking at that. Not retail, but I think we'll do just as good next week or week after. Ruby Tuesday, and of course Office Depot. Okay, of course Office Depot. But let's check out this BB Stores. What's been pushing the stock higher this last week? Um, I'm not seeing. Okay, last upgrade was in January of 2015. So where is the buying coming from here? You see any press releases in the BB brand? Okay, looks like an article 7 days ago. BB Stores officially announced today its recent forged partnership with Blue Star Alliance. Okay, so let me see here. To license trade Cowboy brand watches. Okay, so I get what this company does. So BB Stores owns those concession kind of stores that you see. Well, I won't call them concessions because they're actual stores that are in airports. So they signed this little deal with Blue Star Alliance to kind of get them expand the presence internationally, specifically into the Middle East. Okay. Iconic, well-known contemporary women's wear brand. So, global specialty retailer that designs, develops distinctive line of contemporary women's accessories. They operate 38 outlet stores, 146 retail stores in 20 plus countries. And they have their own kind of line of clothing as well. So it's women's wear. It's women's wear. It's a very competitive industry. When we talk about women's clothing and women's retail clothing, it's so competitive, man, because, you know, you've got to be the kind of retailer that really is able to stay on the cusp of what women are shopping for, because very few women are quote unquote trendsetters. What's going on, James Bond? What's going on, Jay? So you've got to be able to have what's hot now available to women who want to follow the trend, because for the most part, most women follow the trend. And I haven't been into a BB store, so I don't know what kind of clothes they're setting. It seems like when I'm at the website here, when I go to the website, BB, all right, when I go to the website, they do have a young looking vibe. So they're big on the dresses, so that's good because I do know girls are really hot for the dresses right now. Dresses are really hot right now because it's all about showing your figure and all that. So, and then you want to start, actually doing some research on your own, not just looking at the fundamentals, but ask some women, hey, do you shop at BB? What do you think about BB clothes? Really good sales. I mean, they've got over 450 million in sales annually, going at 78 cents a share. They're trading significantly below retail sales, market cap of $60 million. So this is actually priced significantly before underneath value here. Let's look and see what the book value of the stock is. So they've got to do something about net income. So they're bringing in a lot of revenue, but earnings, they're losing money. They're still losing money, but there's some things that they can do to change that because it's not as big as it was prior years. 2015 was 25 million. 2014 was a loss of 59 million. So, they've they've increased operating income over 50% year on year from 2014 to 2015. Obviously, 2016 isn't due yet, but for the last year and a half, it looks strong. It looks quite strong. So yeah, man, stay in it. Stay in it. Looks like things are going better with that. What's going on, Jay? James Bond. Yeah, you want to talk about zinc, man? You want to call up and talk about it, or good performance today? Now, are we going to see that consistently? That's what I want to know. Stocks and Heels said that it's white girl clothing at BB. Okay. Um, so I'm curious, Stocks and Heels, what would you think? Would you take New York and Co. if you had to shop at two places? New York and Co. or BB? Which one would you shop at, ladies? This goes to actually all the ladies. BB or New York and Company? You know, I honestly think New York and Company is the better long-term play, just because you're talking about $1 billion in revenue, trading at 1/10 of sales in New York and Company, and you have BB 400 million of sales trading at relatively you know about almost 1/10 of sales too as well. When you think about it, $62 million market cap. Well, not that's not 1/10, but that's slightly higher than that. You said Walmart. That's hilarious. New York and Company. Yeah, I thought so. New York and Company is a little bit more trendier. Barry Parker said Walmart. I heard some women do shop at Walmart. I don't know. I don't think Walmart is a spot like that to really be buying clothes in, right? I mean, and Ria G, I was talking about the comparison between New York and Company and BB. BEBE. Tracy Grant said neither. Okay, interesting. Okay. Mm. Jay, you say Home Depot. What's up with Home Depot? What's up with HD? Oh, okay. That didn't really do anything. That chart is beautiful in Home Depot though. That 1 month chart in Home Depot looks really nice. Not a cheap stock, but that's a nice little 1 month chart there. Yeah, New York has better traffic. I know more females with their clothes. Yeah, yeah, yeah. New York and Company is a lot more trendier. 347, you're on the air.
Hello, Sal. How are you?
Hey, you might want to call back,
Hi.
man. The phone sounds really, really scratchy. Call us back in just a second.
What now?
All right, call us right back,
Okay.
bro.
Okay.
Yeah, that phone was horrible, man. I don't know what that was about. Sounded really, really bad. Call us right back, bro. CYTR. Yeah, we just had a guy bring up CYTR. We just had a guy bring up CYTR. That's consolidating really nice. It's really, and earnings are Monday supposedly, right? On CYTR. Earnings are Monday. And Jay, I was just curious, what do you think about buying stocks? Um, well, I don't know if CYTR is going to be able to be bought pre-market. I don't, it's probably not able to. Who knows? But on earnings, on days of earnings pre-market, buying those stocks pre-market, is it worth buying it at a higher price to maybe profit, or trading it intraday and just trying to catch the run up with everyone else. Yeah, Tehran, we talked about TRTC yesterday, man. We talked about that TRTC. I'm telling you, these marijuana stocks, I'm telling you, I keep telling people about these marijuana stocks. I keep telling people about these marijuana stocks. And you guys see what's going on with MJNA, right? With MJNA, we've been talking about MJNA. That's a stock I'm slowly acquiring larger and larger position in. I like MJNA because I think there's a lot more possible return. You can double your money in that very quickly in MJNA. At 4 cents a share, you can it's 4 to 8 is very, very possible because it's so cheap. I think MJNA, if you got 2 grand, MJNA, I can come out with 4 grand in a month. You got some MJNA today? Yeah, I like that MJNA. But it is so cheap that if if you do take a loss, it's kind of significant too, just because it's so cheap. Okay, Jay is saying depends if you want to trade positive or negative earnings intraday. Okay, I got you, Jay. Conference calls. Okay, I got you on that. I got you on that. Yeah, EVOK gave back some gains today. That was expected. You had some people in there who, you know, they rode the run up, made some money, and they're going to take gains. I mean, that's to be expected after a big spike like that. You got to understand. You got some people that doubled their money in 2 days. So you can't expect them to continue to hold and sit on those kind of gains. Um, and you have some people who stop losses got hit on the way down. And it's kind of disappointing because, you know, EVOC, EVOK, that was a situation where the stock was doing pretty well until the last hour and a half of the day. So I know a lot of people got surprised by that, right? Because it didn't happen until, what was that, like 3 o'clock? It really didn't happen until like 3 o'clock. EVOK was supposed to have another great gain today. It was supposed to have another great gain today. Where did it open up at? Yeah, it opened up at 363, and it was up. You know, we went into 4 o'clock in the 380s. We went into 4 o'clock in the 380s in EVOK. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if somebody dropped like 50 grand or 100 grand share. I don't know what happened. But EVOK just kind of collapsed at 4 o'clock. Kevin said the last 45 minutes. Yeah, that was crazy. Guidance is very important. Yeah, Jay, very much so. Disclosures, the typical becomes very volatile. Yeah, Jay, that's absolutely right. He said if Gale shows positive earnings, game over. Hey, James, for Gale, Gale, when is earnings for that? When is earnings for Gale? James said Gale is busting at the seams. Gale is busting at the seams. Yeah, we saw last hour of the day big buys there. Is it Monday or okay, 8th or the 11th? Okay. I was kind of curious because I looked at the Gale chart and the last hour of the day these big buys came in. So the way Gale ended today was like earnings was Monday. The way the way the stock ended the day was like earnings was Monday. QTM continues to run nice little 4% gain. Like things have changed. I saw somebody in the room mention QTM. That was a stock that I didn't. I've already said this. I didn't really believe in it, and didn't put anywhere near what I could. But hey, earnings released showed that they're making some improvements there, and things aren't so bad after all. Didn't show a profit or anything. They just showed that things aren't as bad as people think they are. So shout out to anybody who's in QTM or still in it. Yeah, they always have those forward-looking statements. Yeah, I mean they'll have forward-looking statements, disclosures in eight in 8Ks. Yep. Mhm. Yep. That's considered insider trading. But if you watch the show Billions, that happens all the time. AMPE. AMPE. Yeah, I'm well aware that insider trading still takes place, and I think it's still rampant in the industry. I honestly believe that's what happened with AMD, and I believe that's what happened with Sprint, and I honestly believe that could be what happening with apps. When you have stocks that take huge dips up to the day of earnings, I think that there's manipulation involved because you're getting people who are taking advantage of these lower prices just before huge run-ups. You know. Also, when you see stocks taking all of a sudden huge buy orders, a week or 2 or 3 or 4 days before earnings, where you just see these huge, mungus, out of nowhere buy orders, 500, 600, $7,000 shares. I mean, 7 share orders, not dollars, but actual shares. I have a feeling sometimes that's, insider trading. Now, David, what was that news? I wasn't aware that there was news. The company issued 10 mil registered share common price. Oh man, of course that would do that. Of course that would do that, David. Now, James, ooh, that's a nice tight one there. And James, how many times have we seen this pattern before a big breakout? How many times have we seen this pattern in AMPE? That pattern smells money. Every time I see that pattern, that you just smell money. You just smell the money because that means I'm not taking really any losses. I'm not, I can sit on the stock and just wait for it to explode. How many? Yeah, I mean, every time you see a stock, whether it be SPU, QTM, I mean, name any stock that's exploded out of anywhere this week, and the charts look just like that. They look just like that. Three four seven, you're on the air. What's up?
Sal, how are you? I'm calling back. I had some difficulties getting through.
Not a problem. Not a problem,
I called in last night. If you remember, I spoke to you about the TRT THC, the
Yeah.
cannabis company.
Yes.
And there's nothing better than preparing a trade and see it go up the next morning.
Hmm.
It went up to 10%. I don't know if you saw that today.
Yeah, the intraday
And
high
then,
was high. Yep. Hmm.
right, and then it retraced, but then again, now it's still, I think it closed near 5% or 4 point something percent.
Hmm.
So, and what I like about it still, it seems like it's holding up. It's creating a new support. So that's a good stock to still look into. And also, I like the fact that the volume is pretty nice. I mean, it's the average volume. The current volume actually triples the average volume. So
Hmm.
that's another good sign. So one thing I've learned over the years also is that sometimes we complicate the trades, and when you find one or two things that work, you might as well just keep going at it, and that's what I did with that stock today, and I was able to make some money with it.
Hmm. Now, are you staying for the long term? Obviously, they have the catalyst here with the elections coming up. We've got some new states that have the medical marijuana votes on the ballot coming for November. Are you staying in long?
I want to say I'm staying probably until November
Hmm.
or prior to earnings because they are coming out with their earnings on August 15th,
Hmm.
1/5.
Okay.
So it's still a short-term play, but it felt good to call a play and see it come to fruition.
Sure, sure, of
Uh,
course.
yeah. So I just wanted you to take a look at that also today.
Oh, not a problem. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for the call. I'm just curious though, are there any other marijuana plays that you've looked into, or is this the only one that
No,
you
this
feel
is the
confident?
only one because I felt that the price it didn't fluctuate too much,
Mm,
So I didn't want to take a chance with the other ones. I saw that they were very very volatile, but this
mm,
one is not as volatile as the other ones.
mm.
So I felt that the technical, like I said yesterday, the moving averages it was above the 20, the 50, and the 200, and that usually tells you that it's an uptrend move on the stock. So I'm staying there until it goes below any of the averages.
Okay. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
Right. Thank you, Sal.
All
Take care.
right. Yeah, I mean, TRTC, those stocks, TRTC, MJNA, those stocks are going to be running right now because, they've got a reason to run. You got a really big vote coming up in 8 states for medical marijuana. And, the that gets investors excited, and the momentum investors are going to want to chase those stocks going into that season. 702, what's up?
Hey Sal, this is your boy Bond. How you doing, man?
Bond, what's good, bro?
Oh man, everything is good, man. Just making that paper, man. You gotta love it.
Yes,
But
yes. There we go, ladies and
so
gentlemen. This is Bond in the house, by the way.
hey, how you folks doing? Hey, so Sal, check it out. So you had just mentioned a moment ago about stocks that usually trade really tight
Mhm.
before they break out.
Yeah,
And I'm telling you that AMPE, that what you call it, that what's that one, that Gale,
yeah,
that CYTR,
yeah.
man, you just can't get. It's to the point you just can't get it wrong nowadays. You know what I'm saying? If you just pay attention to certain signs, because that AMPE is going to pop, man.
Mm,
I mean, look at that trading view, man. Take a look at how it's trading it's trading such tight range.
yeah.
This is a matter of time before it explode, man. And usually when those explode, man, they usually go up like about 200-300% or more.
Yeah.
Because they've been sitting there, you know what I'm saying? It's been going up and down every day, a couple of cents here and there. There's a reason why they're keeping it down.
Mm.
I
And
think I think this is an earnings play, man.
and
Definitely an earnings play.
AMPE too is trade on the Nasdaq, right? So yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
for those of you
Exactly.
guys who are, with the Robin Hoods of the world and the used stock trades, you guys can get in on this. So I like that, man. It's really been at a
Yeah.
very steady price. Now you said that this is a possible earnings play, or do they have a?
I believe it is. I believe it's a profitable earnings play. But if you go on the chart, you go back to June 29th, it was trading in the $3.30 range.
Uh-huh.
You know, I don't know, but whether or not they did a public offering, maybe that's why the price came down, whatever the case is. But something tell me the thing's about to explode
Okay.
because this look identical to that OPTT, man.
Yeah.
If you look at that very closely, you mentioned a minute ago that usually when stocks break out, you seem to follow very similar patterns on the chart,
Mhm.
and all these stocks, man, that trade that tightly,
Mhm.
especially leading up to earnings, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to double down on all these, man. And what's it, CYTR, man?
Okay.
It's a pharmaceutical stock. That stock, man, I'm telling you, man, it's a short killer, man. It's gonna trap a lot of shorts come Monday.
And you said what was the ticker for that one?
CYTR.
CYTR. Okay.
Yeah, they said it. They've been predicting positive earnings. It's confusing because what happened today, people say they read something about earnings came out today, but then you look at the founder, it says it's due on Monday.
Okay.
So it's kind of confusing. So no one knows what's really going on. But as far as like looking at the float, looking at the short position, I think it's like about 11 million shares shorted.
Uh-huh.
And what happened? Like I said, they have 1.5 days to cover.
Mhm.
So Monday might be epic.
Okay.
Because if that stock goes up maybe 10% or 15%, it's going to might trigger a short squeeze. And if they have positive earnings on top of that, that's a double whammy right there.
Mhm.
So I'm looking at least a $2 range, to come Monday at least.
Yeah. I gotta find
Yeah.
out what happened with that dip in July there. What was that? What was that? Okay,
Let me
so
take a look at.
let me
If
say
you don't
late.
mind.
Okay.
Let me
And
take a look
field
at that.
pharmaceutical stock plummets 55% after negative late stage trial results. Okay, so
Exactly.
they had a phase
So,
3 trial and it failed.
but
Okay.
what I was gathering is that they had a trial, but what happened? They needed more data,
Mm,
and what happened? I think everybody's waiting for this new data. It's supposed to be coming out pretty soon, and I think they pushed it to September. I think they pushed it over a month
mhm.
forward to
Mhm.
September.
Mhm.
So I guess it was a situation where people was disappointed because they were waiting, to put some positive news on that, and then to find out that they're not going to release the data until September. So a lot of people sold out.
Sure.
But I'm telling you, man, this thing, man, it's gonna go crazy, man. Come Monday, I'm telling you, man. I can see everything falling together. And then look at the buys after hours, man. All the people buying that CYTR. But like I said, my place for Monday, man, is that CYTR, that AMPE,
Mhm.
and the other one, the one we mentioned, that Gale, man. I'm going in on all three of those on Monday.
Okay.
So just so you guys know.
Right.
And that's about it, man. But like I said, as far as zinc is concerned, man, I'm telling you, man, zinc is to be popping. It went down a few weeks ago, and everybody thought it was out of the game, and then bam, it surprised everybody. And then today, went up another 10% or something like that, or whatever it was,
Right.
9% something like that. It's going to continue going up. Like I said, whenever a stock, it's a bankrupt stock, but like I said, they have equity on board. People are confident because they know that the stock is not going to get liquidated, not going to get wiped out. So, like I said, this is what you're seeing in front of you. Basically, it's coming into fruition. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Things I've been saying. I mean, as the days go on, the weeks go on, and people start really waking up to that zinc, man. I'm telling you, it's going to explode. And like I said, you can always tell when a stock is about to come out of bankruptcy because it gets a lot more traction and the price starts creeping up. That's the thing. It's going to creep up on people, and they're going to realize it before they turn around. It's going to be like 80 cents a share.
Yeah.
And I mean, and like I said, $4 is the minimum after bankruptcy. And then once $4, once you come out of bankruptcy, next thing you know, it goes up to the $8, $15 when the hedge funds start buying it for their portfolio. You know?
I was really impressed by today's gain. I mean, it kind of really came out
Oh
of
yeah.
nowhere. Now, I mean, do you think that this is going to hold? Because I like now I'm starting to understand.
Hmm.
It caught that lower band and it just kind of exploded off that lower band. I should have maybe jumped in at that 36 level. I honestly thought
Yeah.
I would be able to get it at maybe 34, but um,
It's going to
now
come down.
you know
It's going to come down some. It'll come down some. And like I said before, Because a lot of times, people want results instantly. When it comes to micro stocks, you're not gonna get results overnight.
Sure.
A lot of people are used to playing these, penny flips. Get impatient and sell out. But like I said, over the long haul, I mean, those who held from day one are gonna be richly rewarded, man. There's no doubt about that. I mean, I'm extremely confident now.
Hmm.
The more I see how the stock is moving every day, I mean, it just give me more confidence in it. And like I said, you'll see, man, it's going to really shock a lot of people. So, those who don't have it, you need to seriously sit down and contemplate getting some.
Hmm.
Anyway, but that's about it, man. And look what that SDOCQ did today, man.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
It went up 30% today. It went up 30%.
SDOCQ. Oh
Went up
shit.
30% today.
Oh yeah. Wow.
And what's funny about last week, it went down to point zero zero, probably 0.0020 or 201 or whatever, and it shot back up. So if you had bought after the fact, after we mentioned this, and bought in the low range, and today's a penny, man, you made a lot of money.
Sure.
So you can't count these bankrupt stocks out. I'm sure they're making some money.
Yeah,
And that's about it.
that was nice because
Mm-hmm.
it did on Wednesday. It
Mm-hmm.
collapsed and
Yep.
it's pretty much made a nice little run back. Very
And
interesting there.
what's funny about that, like I said, as soon as it's any inclination that as far as the equity committee was approved by bankruptcy court, it's a wrap. I mean, it's once people find out that the bankruptcy court approved of equity committee to be part of the negotiations, it's a wrap. It's over, man. I'm telling you, man. It's going to go from a penny to 3 cents to 6 cents, 8 to 10 cents.
Hmm.
It's going to do basically what zinc did in the beginning when it was at 7 cents. So if you buy now at the low levels and hold and be patient enough and hold for a while, hold for a month or so, you're gonna be richly rewarded because when it goes up, it's gonna go up hard. And like I said, when you buy stocks at that level, as far as the 1 cent level, the sub penny level, any penny movement, it's a tremendous amount of money because, like I said, we all know that's quantity. Quantity produces profits.
Hmm.
The more quantity you have or something. So, like I said, man, you guys need to keep your ears peeled, and check out the court documents and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Because as soon as they give it a nod, they give the shareholders, as far as the equity committee, a nod. It's a wrap. It's a done deal. So you're gonna be buying at 3 cents, 5 cents, 7 cents.
Now, James, let me ask you, CYTR, are those earnings coming out that morning, Monday morning, or Monday night?
Well, see, to be honest, I'm confused as hell, man, with that one because I saw somewhere where they reported earnings today, but then someone went on the earnings site and said it's come out on Monday or something like that. So I'm confused as hell. And even people in the stock tweet were saying, "What the hell is going on?" I mean, is it today or is it Monday or
Uh-huh.
So I got to get more clarity in that, to as far as to tell people, concisely that it's going to be Monday, So I'm just going to, err the side of caution and just wait to see what happens on Monday. But I'm telling you, Monday's going to be beautiful.
Okay.
So
So,
just to tell these folks to just to, if you got a couple $100 to put some in there, it's going to go up.
so I did see you mention Gale too. What are you expecting out of Gale here?
Gale, oh man, Gale,
This coming week. I know that for
oh man,
Gale, their earnings is August 9th, and
yes,
that's around the
yes,
corner. What are you
yes.
expecting to see out of that?
Oh man, I think Gale's going to surprise a lot of people. It's funny because I've been hearing a lot of negativity about Gale. I guess Gale, rep some people in the wrong way a while back, and they're disgruntled about it. But as far as all analysts are projecting, as far as beating expectation on earnings, so there's a lot of talk about that, and I think that Gale may be a buyout target. That's the kind of impression I'm getting. I mean, and on top of that, think about it as well. I'm losing my train of thought here, but
Mm-hmm.
give me a second. I mean, I have so much on my mind right now. But anyway, like I said, Gale. I'm telling you, look at that chart, man. That chart speaks volume, man. I'm telling you, people need to pay attention to these charts. I mean, when you see a stock trading like that, so tightly leading up to earnings,
Okay. Hold
I mean,
on.
something's going on.
Well, hold on, James. We have earnings was released on CYTR today. Hold on.
But then I get earnings. Then I get earnings. Something saying that earnings coming out on Monday. So I'm confused. I'm confused like everybody else is confused.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it was leaked or whatever the case is. But they're projected to have earnings on Monday. So a lot of folks might get, like I said, may get trapped on that one. When I say trapped, I don't mean lose money, but those who were thinking about shorting it might get trapped on Monday, big
Right.
time.
Right.
But like I said, let's look at the short position in that. And, you decide. But that short position is crazy, man. 11 million, man. I think
Right.
they have a float is like 50-something million or whatever it was. So combine that with what's going on with the tight trading, and then they have some supposed to release some data on the pharmaceutical candidate
Okay.
pretty soon. So you take all these factors into consideration, put them together, man, and you can make a real informed decision. It's not a matter of making a guess. I mean, they're pretty much telling you what's going to happen
Right.
before it happens. And it's like I said before that CYTR is doing the same thing. I mean, that's a massive. You know exactly what happened when the company has a high short position. You know, and then you have a stock that has is trading within a certain range, like the way it's trading. What's happened? It's going to trigger a short squeeze. I'm talking about an F short squeeze. And then if they have anything positive come out, as far as any news come out on Monday as well, it's a wrap.
Right.
So I mean, some people think I'm crazy. Sometimes I explain things. I talk fast, or whatever the case is. They think I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy, man. Trust me, I spend hours reading this stuff. I mean, every day, every day after I get off the show, I might spend 3 hours, go to bed like 3 in the morning, just doing my research. And I'm more of a fundamental trader, man. I look at all of the different, as far as SEC filings. I look at the what you call how you call what's that term they use again? That the one the relative strength,
Mhm.
RSI. I look at all that stuff, but then I also look at what's going on as far as in the clinical trials. I look at the previous news released about the trials, and then I compare it to what's going what could possibly go on in the future.
Mhm.
Sometimes they get a letter from the FDA saying they need more data, more information, something minor. Sometimes it could be a situation dealing with labeling,
Mhm.
And I look at all that stuff, and I'm saying, well, if they corrected this situation, we know it's a go, especially being in a late stage phase 3 trial.
Okay.
But like I said before, these drug companies, man, they can make you a lot of money if you get on the right one. I mean, there's no stock, very few stocks make you much money than drug pharmaceutical stocks. You know.
Okay.
But anyway, I've been rambling on, but like I said, it's good to hear you guys. I mean, I missed you guys yesterday. I had a lot to do, but definitely, man, I'm all with you guys.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the call.
Okay, take care, brother.
All right.
All right, bye bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was James Bond. You guys know he likes those sub $1. You know, they're risky plays, man. By all means, yes, they are risky plays, and it's there's always a possibility of losing everything. There's always the possibility of losing everything, and but it hasn't happened to him. It hasn't happened to him. Zinc bankruptcy play SDOCQ. I mean, let's be honest. SODCQ. We did talk about SDOCQ. We did talk about that, but at the end of the day, we do have to be honest. We talked about SDOCQ when it was going for a penny, and then the stock collapsed. Right? The stock basically collapsed, lost about 50% of its value, and you had to be brave enough to want to hang on to the stock to see the gains that it had yesterday, Wednesday, yesterday, and today. And to be honest with you, if you lost when it collapsed, you're still not net positive yet. But if you were smart enough to catch it on its lowest day, obviously you've made a significant return. You've made quite a significant return. Cool cats, yeah, man. I mean, we talked about MJNA, all those weed stocks. Like I said, it's time for them to come alive. We talked about that a number of times. Jay, I don't know if you called in or not, but if you got some stocks or something you want to talk about, by all means, be our guest. But CYTR did release earnings today. I found the article. CYTR has already released earnings, and that was probably responsible for the gain today, which wasn't necessarily significant. 6%. I mean, if you were already in the stock, that's a nice little pop. But CYTR did release earnings today. I do see an article here for earnings on CYTR. So yes, they did release earnings today. In fact, let me pull it up for you guys. Just had the damn thing. Oh, there we go. So here it is. James, CYTR, CYTR, CYTR. But yeah, James. I mean, you made money on it. If you were in the stock, you made money on it. You definitely made money on it. And there is a possibility that's going to keep going. Let me see here. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a possibility that it's going to keep going here. That's a very nice chart. You know, you had a nice little intraday high today of 68 cents. Peaked up there for a second. Came back down. Rallied up higher. So it finished the day really nice and strong. After 3 o'clock, it was a nice little late day rally there. So that was really nice. So we'll see what it does next week. We'll see what it does this week. Yeah, David, you're exactly right. Nice little gain. Nice little gain if you were already in the stock. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nintendo's been quite disappointing as a stock. Nintendo, when Nintendo came out and said about their own stock, I mean, why would you say that about your own product? That the product that's got the hearts and minds of investors will not be a significant influence on your revenues. Why would you even come out and say something like that? If I'm an investor, I would sue the hell out of Nintendo for saying that. The stock collapsed, lost $10 in about a minute. Less than that. I mean, it was almost instantly the stock collapsed as soon as they released that statement. So if I'm an investor, I'm pissed because 9 times out of 10 you're not getting that back. You're not getting it back because they just told you their most valuable product isn't making a difference. 310, you're on the air.
What up? It's your boy Travi.
What's going on, Travi, man?
Man, I hear you talking about that Nintendo. I don't think you fully understand the deal. Like, I've been playing this Pokemon Go, so I've been, like, looking it up and all that shit. So, you have to understand that Nintendo really didn't have anything to do with that game. I don't think you understand that. Like it's between Niantic and the Pokemon Company. Nintendo only owns about, like, 32% of the Pokemon Company or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't, like, make the game or publish it or license it or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So you're basically saying that them coming out and saying that was actually a good thing, and basically they're just kind of letting people know, hey, don't get excited We ain't making no money off
Exactly.
this.
Exactly. That's all it is. I mean, what they really have coming out, I mean, if you're like interested in Nintendo or anything, they got a couple apps coming out. They have an Animal Crossing app and also a Fire Emblem app that's coming out. It's supposed to be released in like the fall or something like that. So like those possibly might have something to do with the stock.
Mm.
Also with that mini NES system that they're coming out with and their new Nintendo NX that they're supposed to be releasing in March 2017.
Okay.
Really, those are what people are waiting on, I guess. But
Okay.
this Pokemon Go shit, that has nothing to do with Nintendo, really.
Man, that's almost disappointing to hear because a lot of people bought into that thinking that was a Nintendo.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
That's wow, crazy, crazy.
Yeah. So I just wanted to clear a little bit of things up on that a little bit, you know.
Appreciate it, man. Long time listener, man. I really appreciate your calling, Travi.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. But keep doing what you're doing, you know.
Appreciate it. Hey, bro, do you have a stock for us? Maybe something you looking at?
Today, unfortunately, no. You know, it's a Friday. I didn't do any trading today, like you
Okay.
also. So I've
Okay.
just been kind of chilling.
All right. All right.
But, yeah, I don't got nothing today. But I'll get back at you though.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call.
All right, bro.
All right. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Travi, longtime listener. He's always in the chat room. I had to try to get a stock out of him. Every time somebody calls, you got to give up a stock, man. You got to give up a stock. That's why we say hot stock tip. Call the number. So shout out to Travi for correcting us on Nintendo. So now we know. Nintendo don't have shit to do with Pokemon. So I mean, that's finding out that information is almost sad because people bought into the stock thinking that Nintendo had something to do with it. You know? Because if you grew up with Pokemon, you knew it came out on Nintendo. The Game Boy systems. And I think there was a Pokemon game for 64, if I'm correct. So, was there a Pokemon game on 64? I can't remember. No, I mean, but Stocks and Heels. When you find another ANTH or ATH or whatever that stock was, you give us a call, man, or young lady, I should say rather. 772 Treasure
What's
Hunter.
up,
What's good,
pal?
man?
Huh?
Let's say what's good, Treasure Hunter.
Oh, not much, big nope. Hey, I was sitting back. I forgot to tell you, cause I am in Intel.
Okay.
I got it for 34.71 at a time, but you can always get it on the low, and it's blowing up. And another thing, another one I would like to buy and look into BBG for me. Back to the BB place. BBG is also blowing up.
Yeah, Barrett. Okay, Barrett Bill Corporation. This is an oil play, isn't it? Is this an?
I think so.
Yeah, this is an oil play. I don't like oil right now just because.
I mean, it's getting cheaper.
Right. It's going down right now. There's a lot of talk with oversupply, and when things like that are going on, you see a lot of these analysts. They love writing these papers, talking about how oil is going to hell, and that affects the stock. You know what I mean? And when you have companies like this that are already so sensitive to commodity prices, I'm really I just feel like there are better plays out there. I like your Intel play
Yeah,
there, but the companies
creeping
like
up.
BBG, $300 million market cap, already small company. And I see here June 8th, we were talking about an $8 stock. Now we're at 597. And
Ooh,
then when I talk
big drop.
BBG, let's put up an oil ETF next to it. So USO, yeah. So as we can see, when we overlay an oil ETF with the stock BBG, it's basically following the price of oil. So I wouldn't touch BBG right now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate the heads up.
Yeah,
So
man.
stick with the Intel, huh?
Yeah.
All right, man. You got it.
All right,
Thanks, bro.
appreciate it, man. Yep, thanks.
Yep. Intel.
Yeah, I mean when yeah, BBG is already a small company and it follows the price of oil. And that's a stock I've looked into in the past. And if you put up the ticker USO, U.S. Oil Fund, and that's a fund out of that follows West Texas crude oil prices. And in my opinion, I believe that's the most reliable ETF to follow for where price is going. And gain today because I don't know, was oil up today? I think my oil might have been up today. But overall, if you look at the chart, it follows USO to a T. It follows USO to a T. So I would stay out of that. David said NTDOF owns a 32% stake in the Pokemon Niantic. Okay. They got apps on the website to tell you where Pokemon are. What's going on, Stocker fellas? What's going on with you? What's going on with you? And I saw that Stocker fellas, that ticker talk video you guys released. Good stuff. Good stuff. I saw that video earlier you guys posted. Um, BDR referring to BDR. Rick Rob. That's new to me. I actually think we've somebody's mentioned that stock BDR before. What is that? Blotter tongue? Yeah, I think somebody has mentioned that in the chat room before. BDR. What was that company again? Okay, yeah, they do the signals. Okay, yeah, digital signal encoding, basically like that. Digital video comprising of high definition. So, do they operate like little satellites or something? I mean, this is a very small company. $4 million market cap, $20 million revenues. This is a very, very small company when you're talking about BDR. This is very small. I mean, their website makes them look like a small company. It's almost like a site that you would find for a OTC markets company. It looks so old fashioned and it looks like pre WordPress, blottertongue.com. I mean, it looks pre WordPress. That's how old the website looks. But I haven't took a look at the books. I mean, nice chart though. I mean, 37 cents, 36 cents to 62 cents in 1 month. They had an incredible June. They had an incredible June. Incredible 2 months, really. I mean, they've had an incredible 60 days at BDR. So something's going on over there. Nice play. Nice play. BDR's been around since the 1950s. Okay. Yeah, you did. You did, James Bond. I do remember. That's why I said I do remember. What's going on, Miss Esperanza? Blueberry said they make shitty TV boxes. Still learning everybody's sound. Not a problem. I mean, just keep learning, Mr. Fakukunde. So BBR does B. Okay, let me figure out. I want to exactly know BBR. You gotta love small companies like that that are actually doing the damn thing. And it's a small company. Quite a bit of employees, over 130 employees, based out of New Jersey. You gotta like these small companies that are actually, performing, that are actually producing results. Um, Now earnings for 2015 weren't so hot, but let me see when is earnings this year for them, or has it came and gone? Let's find out real quick. BDR. Okay, August 12th. Okay. Now they are trading above their 200-day moving average. They are above their 50-day moving average too. Let me put them on stockcharts.com and see where the Arun indicator is. All right, so yeah, I'm not really getting the Arun says it's not really giving me a signal there. It's basically the green and the red line have basically met in the middle, so it's going either way right now, basically. But they are above their 250-day moving averages. The stock is above that. David, you know what? I think when we talk about New York and Co., I think we're talking about a company where people are not sure where it can go. I think nobody wants to sell, nobody really wants to buy. It's just kind of, people are just not sure. And that can be good and bad. So I would invest appropriately. But New York and Co., if they get it right, right, and getting it right for ticker NWY would be either just crushing the numbers completely. I'm talking same store sales of 10% year over year, and just kind of crushed it, right? Or sales are not amazing, but they're nowhere near as bad as you thought they were. And I honestly don't think there's any more downside to it, though. I think it's so cheap. How far down can you go when we talk about New York and Company? Because we see what happened in May, right? We went from practically $4 to a buck 50, right? So I think there's very little risk and a lot more reward coming up for New York and Co. Because how far lower can you get? At the end of the day, you're already trading at a $120 million market cap and you're generating over $1 billion in revenue. So you're already dirt cheap as it is. So we'll see. We'll see. That's all I can say is we'll see. Blueberry, you said it's incredibly illiquid. Yeah, it's it doesn't have too many followers. It doesn't have too many analysts following the stock. But I'm willing to see what they say for earnings. So, if I had 5 grand, I wouldn't put 5 grand in any of those two stocks. Um, I don't know if I'd put 5 grand in any of those two stocks. Just being honest with you, David. If I have 5 grand, um, FSS, I like FSS, but I don't. I'm averaging up in that one, in FSS, because I like it for multiple days for a month, but not all, because look what it's been doing for the last 2 days. you're down 2 days straight. So I'm buying it as we're opening up cheaper. So, but I like the overall the cash where it's at, the company where it's at, um, and that's again that's a long term play for me. And I like the fact that for whatever reason earnings just didn't hit, and I think the market overreacted with that. But if I have 5 grand, I mean there are better plays. Oh, for the next 30 days, there's AMD. Look at AMD. And Jay, you can probably talk about AMD. I mean, beautiful constriction right now in AMD. If I've got 5 grand, I would put it in AMD right now. Sprint. I like Sprint for the next 30 days. I would wait to get in cheaper because I want to know if this $6 level for Sprint is the real deal. I want to see if it's going to stay in 6. I would see if it stays in 6. It's holding very nicely. It's holding very nicely. But for 30 days, I love AMD. I love AMD for 30 days. But FSS, yeah, that's a stock that bounces off its lows very nicely. Um, I've been talking about that yesterday, today. I like FSS because I love the way it bounces back off its lows over a period of time. So if you get in cheap, it's always a really nice run back to recovery. And it's not a very high volume stock, but I don't go in it big to where it's a problem trying to clear the position. But I like safety. I like safety. I just want to be able to make a return. Just give me safe plays that I'm going to make my money in. I don't need a killing on every trade. That's not what I just need to be able to be consistent, right? I mean, that's all we want to be, right? Is consistent and make consistent gains. We have our explosive things here and there, but we all just want to be able to make sure we're making profit, right? Yeah, Cool Cat Beats. I mean, 5 grand. Yeah, 5 grand. I mean, still BDR. Trade and still own BDR in my portfolio. Happy with position. Yeah, but yeah, James. I mean, BDR. I mean, it's doing well. It's doing well. So why not? 330. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, Sal?
Doing good. Who am I speaking with?
This is Sinclair. It might have came up Melissa. That's my woman's name
Okay.
because the phone is in her name.
Oh, no problem, bro. Appreciate the call, man. I'm guessing you got a stock for us, or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I
Okay.
wanted you to give me your expert. First of all, I want to thank you for doing the show,
Appreciate it, man.
and then let you know you're doing your thing, man. And it took me a minute to call because if I call, I want to make sure I got something to give, something to bless you with because you
Right.
blessed me with Sprint.
Much respect, man. Much respect.
Yeah, you blessed me with Sprint, so I was like, you know what? I said I'm gonna do my due diligence on this stock as much as I can, and I'm gonna go on and roll with him.
Uh-huh.
Cross my fingers, cause I just not got a Sprint phone, so I was like, I'm gonna go on and cross my fingers with him and see where it go. It made me money. I said, okay, he's legit. Let me see what's up with him now. So you know what I'm saying? I said he legit. I said he rolled with it when didn't nobody else really want to roll with it when it went on that big dip.
Yeah.
But what I want to do, I want to see if this stock is going to be a blessing to anybody. It's a stock, GTN,
Okay.
and it's a little bit more expensive, but, I mean, it's a play towards the election.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know all the due diligence that you know. That's why I'm calling you. I said, let me get off this phone and stop watching him and call him and touch down with him to see what he thinks about this stock. It's been very bearish.
Yeah.
But the earnings is on Wednesday.
All right.
And I was just looking at it like, well, it's a media stock and it's election time. And I heard before I started getting into trading, I was reading a lot of investing books from Jim Cramer,
Okay.
and this is one of his plays.
Okay.
So I don't know how much weight that holds, but I was looking for I was like, is it going down? Because I know you was talking about people manipulating the market a little bit. I was like, is it one of the places that is going down, but when earnings come out, this is going to just go crazy? Or, I said, let me call him before I wait until Monday and procrastinate and see just what he thinks about this play.
Now, GTN, you had mentioned something about Kramer. He said this on his show to buy this, or?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. It actually, Jim Cramer had a caller call in.
Okay.
And the caller was like, yes, Jim Cramer, this is such from such GTN. You said that it's a good play. He said, oh, they're not coming. He said, he said something like they're not believing in it right now, but it's going to come around. He said, I say to hold that stock. So he said, and so I said, let me check in on this stock right quick, because I bought it. Actually, I bought it and I let it go, because I'm the kind of trader that I let my stocks go real quick if they don't do what I want them to do.
Right.
So I listened in on GTN, and I'm looking it up right now. So, but I looked it up, and I had the stock like at about $11.
Mm-hmm.
$11 and like 10 cents. But when it dropped again, it didn't do what I wanted it to do, so I already got rid of it.
Yeah.
And I said it's forming a new bottom. So now it's down to like $10. But if you look up on it says Jim Cramer said something. Jim Cramer said something about the stock like around a 9.
Yeah.
And I just heard him like 5 days ago telling one of his callers to keep the stock.
All right.
So I don't know what kind of weight it holds, what kind of, I know that you got a lot of experts that call in, and, I'm really kind of like addicted to your show, man, because I done looked at a lot of people.
Okay.
And I said, one time you came up, I said, let me see what's going on with this guy right here. So I started looking at the videos, then I seen something that seemed live, and then whenever you come on, I'll be telling my lady and my kids, I'm like, hey, yo, I need some privacy. I'm going into the office. I need some privacy. Let me see what he's talking about.
Right.
So, because, I don't want to Sprint phone, I was like, I'm going to roll with him because I'm hearing Sprint a lot around here. So,
Okay.
to see, a great, it's a television show. It's a television stock. And he was just saying it's good for, for the next 3 months.
Okay.
And he was telling his caller to hold. So I just, I don't know, Sal. What do you think?
All right, man. Appreciate it. And what's your name again?
My name is Sinclair.
Sinclair.
They call me Sinclair, but my first name is Joe. My middle name is Sinclair, but everybody's been calling me Sinclair.
All right. Appreciate it. Yeah, definitely. Appreciate the call, man. Call back anytime. All right. Appreciate the call, bro.
Hey, Sal.
What's up?
If you can, brother, just take a look at it and tell me what you think about it when you get the time.
Yeah. We about to break it down right now.
Thanks a lot, Sal.
All right. Appreciate it, bro.
Yep. You too, brother.
All right. Yeah, shout out to Sinclair for the call, man. GTN is the thing. The thing about Kramer is that when he puts up a ticker, I think, I don't know if he's looking at a set of indicators, but he's not doing any really research on the play when you call up. Have you guys noticed that? He's giving buy, sell in a matter of, 5 or 10 seconds. So I'm thinking, I don't know if he's looking at some indicators or what. But Sinclair, the stock is down 50% in the last 6 months. You're down 18% since June alone. Since June 1st, the stock's already down 18%. No, actually, since July 14th, you're already down 18%. since July 15th. My friend, this is, get out and go make your money elsewhere. I mean, it's kind of weird because the financials actually look pretty good. The financials look actually pretty good. I mean, is it just me? But the financials, I'm looking at the numbers for 2015. For 2015, they look pretty good. But the chart tells me that the word is out, brother. The word is out. Because let me tell you something right now. The word is out. Something isn't right here. And the value investors are leaving. Institutional investment is leaving. And you can tell by the chart. And now that you're into the singles now, right? So now you're in penny stock territory. So now if you're institutional money and you're going from, what is that? What were you in January? You were at 16. Now you're at 9. If you're institutional money, now you've got to explain to your investors, why are you in a stock that's below $10 a share? You got to understand that looks really ugly in a prospectus. When these fund managers send these prospectuses, right? They're like little booklets that are like 50 to 100 pages. And they have a list of stocks that these funds include. They don't like penny stocks in those funds. So if you've got $100 million, $150 million, you're getting out of this. And that's what I'm looking at when I see the chart. I would almost assure you that this selling is institutional selling. This selling is institutional selling. It's not people like Sinclair that just called up. It's big money that had positions in the stock, and they've seen something, they've done some kind of research, they've uncovered some kind of information that has got them to the conclusion to say, I don't think this is for us anymore. And Sinclair, to be honest with you, I think you should be doing the same thing. I think I would take my losses and move to somewhere else. I mean, brother, you're down 18%. You're down 18% since the 21st, brother. That's only been a week. It's only been a week. I'm not holding that. Because now you've got to wonder what's the catalyst to make that back up. How are you going to make up? How are you going to make up $3 a share now? Because when you I mean, what's going to make that back up within the next week and a half? What's the likelihood of that happening? And if somebody sees something else, let me know. I mean, if somebody sees something else in this ticker, GTN, please let me know. But this is clearly institutional money getting the fuck out of here. Because I don't see any news. I don't see any news let me see here. I don't see any news for that. So that tells me this is institutions. And that's why, all these analysts with their, these third-rate analysts like Zacks giving these guys a 5 strong buy. I don't believe none of that shit. You know, look at Zacks. They got a 5 on this. For what? Are you serious? A stock that's down 50% in the last 6 months, you got a strong buy rating? You buying into that? Sounds like somebody just wants the small, investor to be the butter for somebody else's milk. Yeah, bro. I would get the hell up out of there. Jay, you said please promote your pump and dump rule. I think you had sent me that email about that. Let me pull that up again. Pull that back up again. Let me pull that up again. Yeah, we're going to talk about EVOC. We talked about EVOK. We talked about EVOK. We talked about EVOK. And Jay, what number would that be? I see you've definitely expanded it a little bit. Yeah, see, Jay's pulling it up. Yeah, Jay's pulling it up. As I said, institutional selling. Jay's pulling it up right there in the chat room. Yeah, Rick Rob. We've talked about NAK. NAK. Let's see here. 5.2% up there. Northern Dynasty Minerals. Yeah, we talked about NAK and nice little bounce play these last 2 days off nice little constriction on Wednesday the 27th. So 2 straight days of gains there on NAK. Nice move. Nice move. Nice move. Yeah, Jim Cramer, as I said before, Jim Cramer is not doing any real analysis, bro. I mean, you call up and 10 seconds later he tells you whether to buy or sell. And I'm like, how does he do that? So he must be looking at some kind of indicators. I don't know if maybe he could get some pre-knowledge on who's on the phone. I have seen him sometimes look at a screen and he'll pull something up. So I'm guessing he's doing just a brief look at the chart and probably saw a possible, support level that the stock may bounce off from. Obviously, that has not happened. That has not happened. But you guys know how I feel about Cramer. I think he promotes stock. We did a whole episode to Cramer when he did that. I don't even know where that play is now. Let me go back and look. What was it, like Twillo? TWLO? Where is that at now? All right, so it's found a price there. It's in a little funnel from 40 to 43. So it's in a little funnel. But if you guys remember, he was pumping the hell out of Twillo. He pumped the hell out of Twillo. Now he doesn't even talk about the stock. Luckily, it hasn't crashed. Luckily, it has not crashed. Let me see. TWLO. Where is that? All right. So yeah, TWLO opened up at 24. It was an IPO. Came out at 24, and it's basically found some support there, but we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. But if I'm correct, he doesn't even mention it anymore. Uh, isn't that the S&P 500? Yeah, SPY. Uh, you know, it's a good. I know SPY is a good indicator for the market as a whole. It's a good indicator for the market as a whole, but I wouldn't say it will determine where penny stocks are going. I think the Russell 2000 is a better indicator for that. 850, what's up?
Hey, how are you? It's
Doing good.
Nada.
Hey, what's going on, Miss Fedaway? How are you?
Hey, I just wanted to ask you a question. When we got off the phone earlier, you said you're a little upset about not having any good plays today.
Mm.
How often does that happen to somebody like you?
Oh, it happens a lot. I mean, some days that you just aren't, you don't get that. Um, you don't get a stock that sets up where you need it to be at. Um, towards the end of the month, I'm cashing out usually of a stock
Mm,
that I've held, for
okay.
a while. So
Mm,
like AMD and Sprint. So now I've got that money kind of sitting around, and towards the end of the month, anywhere between the 25th to the 31st, I'm looking for another stock to take me for another month. You know what I mean?
okay.
So yeah, I mean sometimes you enter the end of the month and you don't see a stock that is setting up or is at a price where you feel like you're getting in cheap enough that it makes sense long term.
Okay.
But yeah, that happens. I mean, I'm sure there's some traders in the chat room, especially
Yeah.
day traders. They'll tell you there's some days where there's no plays. You know,
Right.
because at the end of
That
the
will
day,
also
your entry price is the most important.
right. Well, I wanted Bond to chime in too to see
Mm.
how often it happens to him.
Okay. Yeah, Bond. Yeah, he can call up Bond. Maybe he can tell us something. I know Bond loves the cheap stuff. And maybe, yeah, there's some times when he's in and out of plays where he doesn't see anything new. So Bond,
Mm.
yeah, call up, brother, and we can definitely talk about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Not a problem.
Okay. Bye.
All right. Oh, by the way, shout out to Miss Petaway because that's her second call, so that's good. She's getting real comfortable with the phone. She's getting real comfortable with the phone, so that deserves a clap. She deserves a clap for that one. She deserves a clap for that one. But yeah, man. I mean, it happens, man. I'm sure. Like I said, I'm sure there are times that some of you guys in here, you just, you know, you just can't find a play, bro. And I've said it several times. I like high probability trades, man. I like high probability trades. I like trades that I know are on my side. That I know they're on my side. Sprint at $3.83. I knew that was on my side. A $15 billion company trading at $3.80 a share with sales out of this roof. Every day I'm passing the Sprint stores, and they got cars full in the lot. People getting iPhones 2 for 1. I prepaid. I knew it. It was just too cheap. You know, that was a high probability trade. It was so cheap that I just, I knew if I sat on it long enough, it was going to come in my direction. VSLR, Vivint Solar. What is it about? I think we haven't talked about this at all, but or have we? VSLR. God damn, that's an ugly ass chart, bro. That's a real ugly chart. But it's found support. Looks like it found bottom there at 219 in May, and then it's pretty much kind of finding its way. Um, Man, but that's quite a drop since since $16, bro. What was responsible for the drop from $16? Um, so 6 months ago, well, a year ago, we were talking about a $16 stock. So what's happened in the last year that we believe that this is going to continue? This is going to obviously not make all of its gains back, but it's going to finally move it up to the other direction. What's our catalyst? What's Do we have any new contracts? Um, or are we just hoping and praying? All right, so 2015 revenue came in really nice, 64 million. It showed earnings of 13 million for 2015, but and that was on May 31st. It showed that, and it went from 263 to 371, 374 from May, but it didn't hold. It put out good news, but it didn't hold. So now you're at 302. And let's see what's supposed to be oncoming now. VSLR. August 8th is earnings again. Okay. I like the last earnings. Last earnings, they hit it out the park. And we've got earnings again on VSLR on the 8th. What's up, Miss Petaway?
Hi, this is Bradley from Sports
Oh.
Limited. I was wondering if you'd like to buy a magazine
Oh
subscription.
my God. Are you serious? I thought this was
Yeah,
going to
I'm
be Miss
calling from
Petaway.
Sports Limited. Actually, you sound kind of cute.
Get out of
So,
here, you
I'm gonna
damn
give you a
nigga!
trial
All right. I thought it was Miss Petaway because it had the 305 number on it. All right, so back to the chart. Back to the chart, and so VSLR. Let me see here. VSLR got earnings on the 8th, so we'll see. We'll see. I mean, but I would put that on your watch list, though. I would put that on your watch list, though, because something is setting up there. I like how it's getting a little tight. It's getting tighter. I like it at 302. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about the company real quick. I'm just trying to learn a little bit more about the company real quick. Stocks and heels. That I mean, we get trolled. We get trolled a lot here, so get used to it. We get trolled a lot in here. Yeah, let me do some research on VSLR because I actually like it when it what it does. Um, hold up here, man. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Volume isn't the greatest, but earnings per share, actual earnings, 58 cents, came in 65 cents. So it missed earnings and went up? 240. Okay, that. All right, man. I hate it when I'm looking for data and the data across different websites is not the same. That's so irritating because I don't trust like one site for information. I'll go to different sites and then when the information is not the same, it's like you back at square one. Yahoo Finance is showing 64 million in revenue for 2015. Okay. Cost of revenue 132. So it was a negative gross profit of 68 million. Da, 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 da. Is that a $231 million loss? So why is it? All right. 702, what's up?
Thank you, boy Bond. What did Miss Federation? What's the question she asked? I didn't get that.
Oh, yeah, she was asking, is there a situation sometimes where you find yourself where you have nothing to trade?
Yeah, all the time, actually,
Mm-hmm.
all the time. Especially when you have some real good plays. I mean, there's a rule that says that when you sell, it's when the stock goes up.
Mm,
So
right.
a lot of times, like I said, if you do extensive due diligence, you know that you have some real solid plays in your hands. And like I said, once you're confident in the stock, you buy it. Don't run from it.
Mm-hmm.
Don't chase it. Just to sit back and relax, and it'll come to you.
Right.
And that's the gospel I live by. Because like I said before, there's been times when I first started out, I'll get a stock. I do some research, get a stock, put money on it, but then I got impatient.
Mm.
And as soon as I decide to sell it, it's like clockwork. As soon as I decide to sell, next thing you know, next day news come out, and I'm just scratching my head.
Yeah.
So a lot of times, like I said, it's about confidence. You gotta if you're confident about your stock, there's no need to jump in and jump out, unless, like I said, unless you're doing a day trade or unless you're speculation.
Mm.
But typically, I've learned that sticking with something and seeing it through usually have more delivers more profits
Yeah, for
than
sure.
just getting something for a minute, like a day or two, and jumping off of it.
Right.
You're forever leaving money on the table that way.
That's true. And James, I mean, talk a little bit about how at the beginning, because I had this thing too, when you would
Mm-hmm.
buy a stock and like the first 2 days it'll be down or something like that, and then you'd
Exactly.
be like that feeling of like, why can't I get this right? Like what did you
Exactly.
do to kind of get over that? Because for me, changing my style from like a situation where I'm holding for a day or two to being a little bit
Mm-hmm.
more long term, that's kind of how it got me over that feeling. But like, how
Exactly.
did you? Because I know you don't, sometimes hold
Well,
forever. But what did you do to change like the way you
but
look at that?
the thing about me, like I said, is that I learned the hard way that when you buy a stock, you should never be emotional about it. It's the stock don't love you. You know what I'm saying? The stock can care less about you. So for me, it wasted my energy, stressing over my stock. It's kind of counterproductive. So typically, what I would do back in those days, once you lose money a few times, like I said, you're going to lose money in the stock market. It's a given.
Yeah.
But the trick is to make more money than you lose. You have to basically have the scale tipping in your favor. But I've learned, to remove as far as the emotions out of it. because emotion can kill you in the stock market, man. I'm telling you, man. Stock market has no room for emotion, man. And a lot of times people tend to make bad decisions because they're going off of the emotions. I've also learned that if you buy a stock, basically, you know, you have to be confident about it. You can't be like, I'm going to buy the stock and I'm gonna hope for a day till it happens, and that's not going to make you any money. You got to buy a stock. You got to do your due diligence. You got to sit there and research the company. Because like I told a couple of guys, friends of mine, I said, when you buy a stock, the technicals is great. You got to have technicals because technicals basically gives you somewhat of a parameter, as far as what a area you can set, a certain level set. But you got to have fundamentals because fundamentals basically it's what proved that technical. It proves the technical that you've done. You know, and like I said before, you wouldn't buy a home without seeing what's inside of it. You wouldn't buy anything unless you had time to inspect it first.
Right.
So why would you buy a stock and not know what the company is all about, or what they're doing with their money? So it's all about, like I said, you have to have a little. Most people who are great investors have both mastered fundamentals and technicals. You know what I'm saying? If you have fundamental and technicals, there's no stopping you. Because like I said, you have that foundation where you're going to go out and spend some time to research. And like I mentioned to a friend of mine also, I said the other day, I said, it's great to get picks from people. People come out and drop you picks and stuff. That's good. You make money, but it's not really helping in the long run because, like I said before, you make money and then you make a dumb decision and lose all your money.
Right.
So basically, you have to spend some time, whether it's a half an hour a day, whatever it is, doing your due diligence, and as far as investigate these companies and see exactly if X, Y, Z is all legit. So like I said, after you lose money a couple of times, you quickly learn how to not lose money.
Sure.
And basically you have to develop your own style. Not everybody like with me. Like some people, like I said, they have a certain style where they go in and go out. But to me, like I said, you have to develop your style. You have to find your niche. That's the bottom line. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've been there. We used to, especially back in the days when they had the pink sheets and we get a little how you call it? We get one of those what you call these alerts in the email.
Right.
You jump on it. Next thing you know, they never release the pick the day before the stock market opens. They release it the same time that the market opens. So you really basically chasing all day long.
Right.
So, but that's basically what it is, man. You have to spend some level of time and do your due diligence.
That's true.
So that's the bottom line.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call, James.
Yeah, man. I mean, that's just real talk right there. Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you.
All right, man.
All right, appreciate the call, man.
No problem. Later.
Yeah, I mean, basically what he said is right. I mean, sometimes you're in a situation where you just don't find nothing, man. You just don't find anything. Uh, and you got to create kind of your own style, man, and don't let anybody's else's style be your style. That's the biggest thing sometimes with people. All right, I hope this isn't. Let me see. 850. What's up?
Hey, Sally Schmaker. I promise I won't bother you anymore tonight.
Oh no, call you're allowed to call up as much as you want. Go ahead.
Okay. So what my concern was, since you guys are both agreeing that sometimes it is hard to find plays, what my concern is, I wanted to eventually do this full time. And so now I'm starting to think about how stressful this might be on me if I can't find good plays. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it makes sense. But at the time, you always want to be in a position where you don't necessarily need the money so badly that you're stressed out because you don't find a trade, right?
Okay.
So you're not going to jump in a situation where you have immediate expenses that you're living off your trading money. Obviously, that's where you want to get to, but you don't want to jump from your 9 to 5 to trading independently when you still feel like you're not at the point where if you were to trade that you wouldn't win. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I
Okay.
hope I'm coming across simply, but basically what
Yeah.
I'm just trying to say is that you should have enough saved up
Okay.
that the fact that you don't have anything to trade is not stressing you out,
Okay.
right? So,
Already.
and you're good enough as a trader to where you can go a week and sometimes not make a trade.
Okay.
You know, and even that might be a little too long because honestly, I don't think I've ever had a week where I didn't find a trade. That's never the case.
Okay.
Um, or usually if I've had a week where I haven't made a trade, is because the stock that I'm waiting on isn't in a position that for me to jump in at that point. So I'm just kind of waiting for the stock to get in a position.
Okay.
So, but yeah, you shouldn't be stressed out by that. If you're stressed out by that, that means one, you've either left your job too soon,
Mhm.
or you are not personally ready to, financially ready to be trading full time. Because you should be able to not necessarily feel that you have to make a trade, right?
Okay.
So,
Right.
yeah.
All right. One more question, and then I'm done.
No, go ahead.
How do you take the emotion out of buying? Selling a stock? I'm not gonna lie to you. I have a problem with that.
Mm.
It almost hurts me. I don't know why.
Now, do you have emotion when you're selling for a loss or when you're selling for a gain?
Gain,
So you're selling for a gain. Why would you feel bad that you're selling for a gain?
because I feel like I might miss out on more money
Okay.
if I hold it a little longer. How do
Okay.
you get away from doing that?
The mindset for me is that there's going to be more opportunities to make money.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not. This is not my last opportunity to make money.
Okay.
So for me, I'm paying myself back for a good trade, and now I get to go have this money settle in my account, and I get to look for a new opportunity to make more.
Okay.
So the mindset has to be not, uh, 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 the idea of lack. Usually, I mean, there's so many trades out there. Every day we go on the show, there's a trade up 50%, 40, 60, 100%. So there's no lack, right? There's no lack out here.
Okay.
So if you're selling for a gain, you're rewarding yourself and giving yourself the opportunity to look for more money. That should be a great thing for you to do.
Okay.
So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah. No. No. I'm learning. It's just I'm not gonna lie to you. That part has been a little tough for me.
Yeah,
Not that I don't do it, but I do have some emotions when I do it.
yeah, yeah. That you should be happy to take profits. I mean, sure, a stock is going to keep running. It might keep running. It might not keep running. But if you came in at a good price, you've made some money. You're at your out price. That's your out price. Move on.
Okay.
Stick to your rules. Obviously, everybody's going to say, um, let it run. Like, I'm always about getting out of the trade with momentum. I don't want to be pushed out the trade. Right?
Okay.
I don't care if
Okay.
I'm going to lose out on another $200, $300. I'll make that for for the rest of my life. I don't care about that.
Okay.
You know,
All right.
appreciate it.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
All right.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I'm not tripping on leaving money on the table. That's the last thing I care about. That's the last thing I care about. So yeah, this is not a life of lack, man. This is the land of plenty. There's plenty of money to go around. What's up, 772 Treasure Hunter? What's good?
What's happening, your boy Sal?
What's up, man?
This, yeah, man. This goes out to, what was it? The last caller about she felt bad about selling the stock.
Yeah, Shamaka. Yeah, Miss Pettaway. What's up?
Yeah, yeah. Tell her don't feel bad at all. I mean,
Mm.
I was the same way when I first started. It's how can I say? It almost like raising a kid, raising a little puppy or something.
Mm.
Like you have them small, then he grow big, and then it's hard to get rid of them, kind of thing.
Mm.
Like a bird leaving the nest. But I look at it this way: after watching, what was that one dude? not Mr. Jackson. I forget his name. Um, the one black guy that say we don't marry the stocks, we just date them.
Yeah. Mhm.
Tyrone
Yeah,
Jackson, I think it
Tyrone.
was,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah, like Tyrone Jackson say, we don't marry them, we just date them. You know, and then I look at it this way: when I'm in the stock and it's doing bad and it's doing going downhill, making me lose money, I get pissed off and I sell his ass, right?
Mhm.
So that's just like a winning stock kind of thing. You know, when he's doing good, go ahead and sell him.
Mhm.
Just like if he's doing bad, you sell him either which way. And then you can do what I do. If you sell a stock and he's growing up, why hell, buy him back several times in one day. I do it. I
Mhm.
did it. AMD was it 3 or 4 times? I bought and sold them, make money on it. So
Mhm.
it's not like once you sell them, you're never gonna get them back again. Just
Right.
rebuy them.
Right.
It's a win-win.
That's good, man. Yeah, I mean, take your profits and reevaluate the stock, just like what you said. Reevaluate, and if you feel there's more, but at the end of the day, take your profits and reevaluate. So yeah,
For sure, for sure.
man.
Yeah, you don't want to sit back and be like, oh, okay, it's gonna go up, it's gonna go up, and then it should go down. And like I said in one of the other videos, it's
Mhm.
never gonna hit that spot again. Then you'll be
Mhm.
like, oh, I should have, I would have.
Right.
So hey, like you take the money and run, and there's definitely other opportunities out here to make more money and plenty more trades.
Right.
It's not like once you make this sell this one stock, the market close. Hell no. Matter of fact, I mean, so many trades I go through a day. Like if I make a losing trade, I buy 3 other stocks that's winning, and make up for the losing trade. It's like a flip flop kind of thing.
Mhm.
And it's 8 hours in a day, and it's the stock market stuff. So if you sell at one, well, hell, buy several more.
Right.
you know?
Right.
Yeah, man. Just let you
Appreciate it.
know. Not a
Appreciate the
problem.
call, man. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Shout out to Treasure Hunter. Uh, and Miss Petaway for the call. You guys both deserve this. We had some callers call up too. You callers who tried to get in. You callers who tried to get in, go ahead and call back. Go ahead and call back. I don't pick up the phone if somebody else is on the line. I let them speak. I let them speak. Right? We trying to give everybody their time to say what they gotta say. 810, what's up?
Hey, I'm Miss Dingleberry. I'm 13 years old. I have $2,000 to invest in, and I was looking in the refrigerator companies, and I wanted to know if you knew like what the best ones would be.
All right. And you said, what's your name?
My name is Miss Dingleberry. I don't give out my real name.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You said you're 13?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shout out to you for being so young and getting into the trading. Now, what stock are you looking at right now?
Well, I'm new, so I didn't know, but I really like the refrigerator companies.
Refrigerator. Is there a particular one that you have in mind that's publicly traded?
No, that's why I'm asking if you knew of any that were good.
Off the top of my head, is Frigidaire still a publicly traded Frigidaire?
I don't know. I just thought maybe you could because they're so expensive.
Right, right. I don't think Frigidaire is publicly traded anymore. Um, refrigerator companies. Jeez. Now let me ask you. Besides the fact
Yeah.
that refrigerators are expensive, what is it about a refrigerator company you feel like it'd be worth investing in?
Because they're really useful. I feel like a lot of people need new ones these days.
Right. Okay. So
And they go for a lot of money.
mhm. That's very true. That's very true. Refrigerators are not cheap. Um, if that's the case, I would look into retail companies that sell refrigerators. Um,
Mhm.
I would look at what's the stock for Sears? Let me see. Is Sears holding? So I would look at Sears, which is SHLD. Let me just look at that real quick. Yeah,
Okay.
I would look at Sears, which
Mhm.
actually is not too bad of a stock.
Do they make a lot of money?
SHLD. You said, do they make a lot of money? I'm pretty sure last was 25 billion in sales. So yeah, I think they make
Whoa.
I think they make a lot of money. Now, does that transition to the chart? They've had a pretty tough year, but it looks like since May, there's definitely been a transition in the stock. You've gone
Oh,
from, let me see here, 11 to 15. So the stock is up 36% since May. So they've actually found a new trend there to get in. So I would look at Sears. So if you want to get into that consumer electronic space, I would look at retailers that are involved in that. I would look at Sears. Um, I would look at maybe Home Depot. Home Depot is a little bit more highly priced. That's more commercial. But
mhm.
I think Sears might be a great stock for you at 1541. It's very stable. Looks like it's well priced and it's moving in a good direction right now for the last couple months.
Would you advise other people to invest in that as well?
For Sears, yeah. I mean, from what I'm looking at now, yeah, it looks really good. And then, like I said, since March has done relatively well. I mean, since May has done really well for the last 2 months. You're up 36% in the last 90 days. I mean, that's a really good
Wow.
that's a good return. Now, what will that continue? I can't predict the future, but what I can tell you is that it's in a very good trend. And if you can get in at a really good price, we're at 1541 now. Let me see here. The 20. So you're almost $1 cheaper. So I would wait on it a little bit if it can come back down to 14. If it will come back
Mhm.
down to 14, I
How
think.
long does that usually take?
Well, I mean that can be. Uh, again, I can't predict the future, but I think $14 is a good price for it. I wouldn't buy it high right now. I just honestly think that right now it's a little high. Um, it's at the top of the last 5 days. You're pretty much at the top.
Have
Uh,
you ever invested in a refrigerator company before?
no, I'm going to be honest with you. I've never invested in a refrigerator company, but I have invested in retail stores that sell refrigerators. Yes, and I think that's
Oh,
that's honestly maybe a safer play for you than actual refrigerator company. That
oh,
gives you a little bit more diversity, uh, for as an investment. Yeah.
yeah. Can you invest in like specific refrigerator brands?
I'm pretty sure you can. I don't know any offhand. I don't think anybody in the chat room would know of any publicly traded refrigerator companies. I'm sure there might be one or two out there, but off the top of my head, I honestly
Do you
don't know
know
of
the
one right
brand of
now.
your refrigerator,
The
if you
brand,
have one?
yeah. Right now, damn. Actually, I have a Frigidaire. Yeah, I do have a Frigidaire. That's where I got that from. So yeah, I have a Frigidaire. Hmm.
Where'd you get it from?
It actually came with the house, so I don't know where I got
Wow,
it. Yeah, it's kind of built into the kitchen. So yeah,
that's
yeah. So
okay. Thank you.
all right, appreciate the call.
Mhm.
All right, Barry Parker. Barry Parker said, uh, he said, hang up. Hey, no, I think that I think that girl was actually 13. I think she was 13. I think she was 13. Oh man, I think she was 13. Oh man, Blueberry said that needs a highlight reel. Robert Cunningham says that was a troll. Brad Lodge. Oh, so you guys think that was a troll? Do you guys think that was a troll? If that was indeed a troll, I commend her for her effort. I commend her for her effort. I commend her for her effort. Treasure Hunter, what's good?
Hey Sal, man. Sorry about that, but that was awesome. Sal babysitting service.
Yeah, I
the
mean, I mean, everybody in chat room is saying it was a troll, so maybe it was a troll, but she's a very nice troll, just like Miss Petaway
yeah.
said.
Yeah, you know what? You got smart. You got outsmarted by the troll
Yeah,
sister.
yeah.
That's what happened. The troll had his sister to come up and call your show. I
I
guarantee
guess
it.
so, man. I mean, refrigerator company. Okay, yeah, it was
Yeah,
interesting.
but hey, I went blueberry on that one. Cancel. Hey, I was waiting for you to bum or something. But
I
hey,
was really thinking about it, especially when she asked me where did I get my refrigerator. I was like, what? What does that have to do with anything? So
hey,
I had that bomb button ready, but I was like, maybe she is young. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say if she is 13, and you hit the ball button, she probably end up having nightmares and never ever look at stocks the same.
Right.
Oh no, it terrifies me.
Come off as the big bad black man who, that's what I was thinking. I was like, you know what? Let me be
Yeah,
nice to this little girl. I'll answer her questions. Because I
yeah.
mean, the questions did seem juvenile, so I was just like, I'll go with the flow.
Oh my God! Hey, speaking of that, what I love about your show, we always talk about bullshit and we hop back to stocks.
Yeah.
But what had me cracking up yesterday also when that troll man talking about, yeah, I know you, talking about fucking his ass and all this and that. He wanted to come to my house naked. Oh my God, you had me cracking the fuck up,
Yeah, I
man.
mean, because yeah, I know he's watching. I know he loves to be a part of the show, so I had to get on him with that.
Yeah,
You know.
and it's just like I invested in that what was that Sky People Fruit Juice.
Okay.
I was gonna say, man, if they put gin and juice in that, I can sit back right now sipping on some of that crap, watching your show, just cracking the fuck up. But what I was gonna say, yesterday I wanted to call in about the mental stuff, about how far will you let your stock go down before you be like, at your seat, like, oh shit, I'm losing too much, and eject.
Hmm.
Because I was watching. I wanted to talk about it yesterday. I'm watching. We already graduated. Buying stocks and doing homework and research.
Okay.
Now, here's another thing in class I would like to, to learn and talk about is, they got the videos about mental stuff out there about,
Mm.
one video I was watching about. He says, oh, when you lose a stock. When you lose out on the stock, when it goes down, is when you sell it, right?
Okay.
Here's my thing. I'm making up a number. If you buy a stock for like $6, and the shit's going downhill all the way, the 6, the 5, the 4, the 3, going down, and you be like one of those suckers, like on 88 cents a dollar level,
Mm.
and then you be like, damn, I should have sold this on time ago. Now I might wait this centuries for it to ever get back up there. When, like, man like yourself, when do you be like, shit, I'm out of here? It's like me, I'm like edge of my seat, like, yeah, it's about $2 or a
Mm.
dollar something.
Mm.
Yep, see ya,
Yeah, man. I've never really been a bag holder like that. Like I don't really fall in love with these stocks like that. Especially when they're going down, man. If they're going up, I'm excited. I love it. And I've done the research where I think that there's a certain price or a certain catalyst coming ahead where that's going to be my exit. But I mean, to be a bag holder is really to convince yourself that the harm that's being inflicted on you is not that bad. That's like somebody whose boyfriend is beating them and is coming with excuses like, "Oh, it's okay." He's not. I mean, that's basically what it is. It's.
yeah,
I mean, it's abuse, man. It's mental abuse on yourself when you're literally down 70, 80% like that. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? You literally watching money disappear.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
know?
And then, yeah, because I had this also. I'm like, oh shit, it's done. I bail. Then when I bail, damn, ting, 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 it's like back up. I'm like, oh shit, It's like one of them deals. Like, is these videos full of shit? I know all of them full of shit about. Somebody might know they're talking about somewhere. But you believe in these videos, like teach you, the bell when not the bell, the psychology, thing about trading crap. I don't know if anybody ever heard
Mm-hmm.
about this kind of
Mm-hmm.
stuff, or how true it is. But I just want to, what your take on that shit, But I'm like you, like, seeing money disappear, then you bail, and then it might pop back up. I'm like, man.
Right.
So, like I said, we graduated the selling part. Now it's another mental part of it.
Yeah.
Watching money disappear, and might get it back.
Yeah. I don't ever believe in I'm going to get it back. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and I'm moving on to something else, man. I
Yeah, I
don't,
like that.
you
Cut your
know,
losses and call it
right,
a wrap.
right, right. I mean,
Yeah.
Tim Sykes, all these other guys talk about not revenge trading. You know what I'm saying? And
What's up, man?
like revenge trading is when you
Or
get
pissed
pushed
off
out.
if you're gonna make the next trade and it don't work out and keep going and it don't work, that
Well,
kind of thing.
exactly. I mean,
Oh
you get
yeah.
pushed out of a
Yeah.
stock, and then you're like, oh, okay, I think now is the time, and it's like it doesn't work that way. Uh, it doesn't usually work out. You know what I'm saying? When you revenge trade, and you can
Mhm.
actually Google that term. It's a popular term, and people
Yeah.
really advise not to do it. And if I'm in a stock and I get pushed out, it didn't work, and I move on to something else.
Yeah.
So
True.
it's always
Yeah,
something.
I
It's
like
not
that.
saying,
Go another
yeah,
new
yeah.
site with a fresher mind.
Right. And or it's not saying that you can't ever come back to trade the stock ever again. It's just for whatever reason it's not working out right now, and you need to go somewhere else. You know.
Yeah, we'll go at the money. I feel you.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, man, I appreciate it. I'm gonna hop back to your show, man. Sit back and see how that damn troll gonna try to sucker you again.
All right. Yeah, I know, right? Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, in time, man.
All right. Yeah. So next time I'm gonna drop the ball on the bomb on these trolls. I can't believe you guys actually think that was a troll, man. That was such a nice troll. That was so nice. 702, what's up?
Hey, I was thinking about buying lawnmowers, man. I get a little more. You gonna get stuck with lawnmowers, because we all caught lawns out here, down in Georgia.
So what's up, James Bob, man? What's good?
Hey, I've been messing with you, man. I just had to call. I had to do that, man. And not trying to troll, but I had to do that, man. It's so funny as hell what I heard a moment ago. Anyway, hey, I'm gonna say this was making fun, man.
I mean,
I take care, man. There's somebody who has a call to get the call and get in.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I mean, she was a nice troll, though, man. But hey, I got the bomb ready. I got the napalm ready. The napalm is ready to go. I got Miss Mary Ann ready to go. Ready to tell you to get the hell up out of here. So, 810, whoever was just calling, call back. Hey, Rhea G. Rhea G, I think you were calling, right? 810, is this Rhea G? 810, what's up?
Hey, man. I've been watching the show for a while, and I just want to congratulate you and everybody who's in here. Because I know you guys are in here for the right reasons, you know?
Mm-hmm.
What's your name again?
My name is Sal.
Sal. I just want to, talk to you on the name-to-name basis, you know?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Dude, my girlfriend.
Dude, you can't even finish the troll, bro. Come on. Get the fuck out of here, man. Come on. You can't even finish it, bro. I knew you were a troll, but I'm letting you finish it, bro. I knew you were a troll. I was just letting you try to finish. You can't even finish it. 330, what's up?
Yo, what's happening, Sal, man? I don't know why these people trolling, man. I'm trying to get this money, but I mean, for real, it's a waste of time to me. But I wanted to just hit on a couple of the rules that I have when I trade.
Go ahead, Sinclair. All you, bro.
Okay, this is what I usually do. Like, first of all, I write down the plan.
Okay.
And I use my 30-day plan. Like, if it goes up on the technicals, I'm out.
Okay.
If it's been going on a good within 10% or within 5%, I'm all in. But if it just suddenly go down like 15%, I'm out
Okay.
because I protect my losses. So if it breaks that line of whatever I'm following, whether it's a 30-day,
Mhm.
60-day, I'm out.
Okay.
Like with CHK, they just had some news come out like 2 days ago,
Yes.
and the stock went up 10%. And I told my lady, I said, okay, I got to buy it now. Let's buy it right now. And it went up 10%. I said, sell it, sell it, sell it, because depending on what you invest, you're going to enjoy that 10%.
Mhm.
What I had invested inside of CHK that day, it was enough for me to be happy with that money for that day and get out.
Mhm.
And so what I do, I write down my plan, like the day before I even go inside of a stock. And it's like today I was supposed to buy Sprint, but it didn't get down to 575. But I overthought myself because at first I said I'm gonna get it at 590 and I'm gonna make 30 cents on it and I'm gonna be happy.
Right.
But it got down to 590, and I said, damn, I said 590, but then I overthought and I said 575.
Right.
So that's what I do not to have any type of emotions. If it don't pull back exactly where I needed to pull back, I kind of pat myself on the back that I wasn't trying to chase it.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, that's it. I said, I'm getting better. Because years ago I made a mistake, and I was out the market for a while. I said, I'm done, back to real estate. I said, I can't do this shit, because I got, I'm saying, I got a family, so I'm like,
Right.
oh, I can't do this. So, but when I got back in the game, I had to write down, I said, write it down, and stick to your rules. Once you break your rules, it's over with.
Okay.
Once you get, for me anyway, now, if it like I heard you say one time, you said, shoot, 30 cents, I'm all on that.
Right.
And I said to myself, I said, that's what I'm talking about, because 30 cents on the stock, depending on what you got invested, shoot, that could be $500 that day, or it could be $250 that day if you say so. You could buy it that day, and it could go up within like about an hour and a half. Usually it's like within the first 15 minutes. Of like when the market open is when I'm really looking, where I could get a deal. So if it like I said CHK did, and it went up 10%, I sold out. But if it would have went up under, or if I'm looking at the pre-market orders and it's already in the red, I'm not even touching it unless it's in that price range where I need it to be. So I got my idle Sprint right now for 575. I don't know if it's gonna get down there, but as long as I got 30 cents, I'm kind of cool for that day if I can catch a 30-cent run. So so what I'm saying, to make a long story short, is that for me it's just all about sticking to the rules, man. Once you break your rules and say, no, I'm gonna buy some more. No, I'm gonna buy some more because I believe in it. You too attached. Walk away. Go for a workout. Do this. Say, oh well, I'm not investing. I'm not in the market today, or I didn't catch it today. I catch it tomorrow. Look at your show. Get a little bit more educated. Read a book, and live the lifestyle of being a trader, and you're gonna be okay. But the number one rule to me is to basically cover your losses. Right. Because I could trade 5 times in 1 week and lose between all those trades. I could lose like about $150 because I'm just that much of a stickler. It's like if they go down here, I'm out. But when I get it that one time, I'm up $400. I'm up $450. Just that one time, if I get it right, I'm gonna get it right. But if I get it wrong, if it's 10 cents up under, and I didn't see how it was gonna get there in no way, shape, or form, I'm out. I'm like, no, sell it. And because I got an account with E-Trade, so it's $10. But
right.
If I'm investing, and once it go up, once it do what I want it to do, I'm making that 500. I'm making that 250. I'm happy.
Right.
But so that didn't already covered that 5 trades that I didn't did, and I didn't see it going that way, and it added up to like $150. Now that if I'm up that $600 sale, I'm doing everything I can to protect that. So now when I get back into the market, I'm trading with half of what I was trading with before.
Yeah.
So then if I'm wrong, it's not going to hurt that $550 that I just made the day before yesterday. It's not going to hurt this bad because I didn't went down to buying half the market shares to gain my confidence again.
That's true.
So that's what I do. I mean, like I said, everybody got their own thing. Some people are piggyback and keep doubling back, keep doubling back, keep doubling back. But like I talked to you earlier, once I got in that one stock and it hit a certain point, I was out. And then I said I need to call. I said I need to call you just to see if it's just me or is this stock going down too far. And you kind of like, you know, said what I was thinking. But I've been out of that stock ever since it broke resistance.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as it broke up, when it was at that little light green day, that buy day, I got in right then and there because I thought things was going to start looking up again. But once it went down like 10 pennies, 15 pennies up under that, I said I'm out. I cut my losses.
Mm-hmm.
But then here's the thing about it. When I was right about CHK, boom, I'm up 10% in one day.
That was a good
You
play.
know,
That was a good play.
that was a good. And earnings coming up, and so I was like, I'm kind of iffy about that gas play versus the earnings. So, but you never know. So,
Yeah.
when you plan it like that, you don't know. But that's what I want to say to people, man. Like I done been down $7,000 before. Trust me, I didn't been like, oh my God, I'm done with it.
Damn.
But then I said that's the best education you can have is to feel like you got to throw up.
Mm.
For me, because then I said I got to get my game tight. And ever since then, man, as long as I stay to my rules and write them down, all this scribbling and scrabbling I be doing about different plays, putting stars by the plays that I want to play on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, writing down that you got my calendar from me, writing down earnings dates on my calendar. That's when you stick to your plays and you say, okay, I'm gonna buy it at 550. If it go to 530, I'm out. Or if it go to 540, if it go to 530, I'm out. Because then I'm only gonna lose $100. But if I'm right, I gain 500.
Right.
So I always let my upside be higher than my bottom side, and you'll be cool. But that's what I do, Sal.
Appreciate it, man. Thanks
So
for the call,
I
Sinclair.
hope that helps this out, man. I can't wait to see you get to that level, man, where you coming to the town, doing seminars and things, man. Because I see that in your near future, bro.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see about that, man. I mean, I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see about seminars. This is different, but we'll see about that, bro.
Okay, brother. A lot of blessings on your way, man. God bless you. I'll talk to you soon, brother.
Thank you for the call, man. Call back anytime, bro.
Yes, sir.
All right. Sinclair wants me to do seminars. I don't know about seminars, but I'm just a trader like you guys. I just love doing this. I'm so passionate about trading. I could do this all day, every day. I wish the market was open 24 hours a day. I honestly do. But unfortunately, it's not 24 hours a day. And the reason why it's not 24 hours a day is because it wouldn't be easily manipulated if it was. That's the only reason why these stocks don't trade 24 hours a day. Because they want to be able to manipulate some of these stocks out here. Let's be honest. All right, they need time to set up the system. All right, 810, you're on the air.
Hey, it's Miss Dingleberry again. I just wanted to say to everybody, I'm not a troll, and I'm actually 13, and I wanted to invest in refrigerators.
Okay, yeah, everybody's thinking you're a troll, so.
Well, I'm not.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad you called back to clear up the air because I was feeling a little embarrassed myself that had I been fooled, duped,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay. Now, are you in the chat room right now?
No, but I'm just watching.
Okay. Oh, you're just watching. Okay. All right. Well, okay, ladies and gentlemen, she's called back and she said that she is not a troll. So. She wanted to clear the air on that, and I honestly appreciate you calling to do that.
Mhm.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the call.
Mhm.
All right, so she's not a troll, guys. All right, she is not a troll. She is not a troll. So. She's not a troll. That's Stan the man. You are exactly right, brother. She said she's not a troll, man. She's 13 years old. She's got $2,000. I wish I had $2,000 when I was 13. I know I would have blew that on something retarded, something stupid, like I don't know, maybe some like PlayStation games or some crap like that. You know, she's probably got some money from some family or something like that, and she's trying to put it to good use. You know, the young people today, they've got more access to information than I had 10 years ago, 15 years ago. They got more access. You know, I didn't know what a tablet was when I was 12 or 13. You know, I didn't know what a tablet was. I didn't know, you know, so they've got a nice little gadget. So I didn't have a smartphone. Hell no. I didn't have a smartphone. So shout out to the young lady for calling back and letting us know she's the real deal. You know, letting us know she's the real deal. So shout out to the young lady. Shout out to the young lady. All right. You know, said less trolls, more blueberry jays. Well, David, you can be the next blueberry jay, David. You can be the next blueberry jay. Just call up David and give us your point of view on some trades. Bill Bet says icebox. Denise, any ideas for Monday? We're trying to figure that out ourselves. 702. 702.
Hey, Sal.
Hey, what's going on, Jay? How are you?
Man, I've been backing up all night, listening to the silliness, the shenanigans going on.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah, that that troll lady. She has more composure than the dude.
I mean, you really think she's a troll?
I mean, that girl is. I think she's a troll, but I think she played it very, very well. I mean, kudos to her. She was really good.
Okay.
I was like, I thought there was going to be a punchline at the end, but it kept going.
Yeah.
Uh, what hilarious.
So Jay, you've got the floor. I'm guessing there's some things you want to talk about.
Sure. Let's start off with the top. Miss P, Pettyway.
Okay.
She talked about how she had trouble containing her emotions
Yes.
when trading,
Mhm.
and that's a very essential part of trading.
Mhm.
How do I put it? Like you said earlier, that you have to make sure that anything that you're willing to trade, you have to accept that it's already a loss written off. You know what I mean? The way I feel about it is I already written it out on my 1099 as a loss, capital loss. That way, at the end of the year, when I come back and look at it, I won't feel defeated if that money was already, tossed and burned away. You know what I mean? Like I would have to trade, you have to treat it like a business, and each trade is like a business transaction.
Very much.
And how you perform is, the performance of your small individual business. And I had a lot of thoughts earlier, but I'm losing my train of thoughts. But anyway, I would just strive for a 1% gain each day. in total account
Hmm.
in account size, because over time, that if you're trading with 1% gain over time, in 30 days that's 30%.
3%, exactly.
Yeah,
Hmm.
exactly. So that's what I generally shoot for. And then somebody else also mentioned, when do I bail out of my shares, or when do I exit with when I have when I'm in the green or when I'm in the red? Well, when you're in the green, you have to consider um, you have to consider how do I put it? Not getting too greedy, to put it nicely. You know, when you see 5 to 8%, um, be comfortable in taking profits. Walk away with your profits. Uh, it's free money. You should cut and run with it, and then try to put it somewhere else where you see more potential in the future, because that's opportunity. It's opportunity costs if you're just letting it sit. For myself, I'm thinking I'm losing a lot of opportunity costs with GSAT. I'm letting it sit, hoping for some news to come out. And if news doesn't come out before earnings, then obviously I lost value, not intrinsically per se on the price or dollars on the stock.
Hmm.
I'm losing value on the opportunity cost that I could have spent, putting this money in somewhere else that could generate higher returns.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Ms. P also said, she's kind of concerned of the pressure of finding a stock to trade, right?
Hmm.
So as a retirement planner, I would always look for somebody's how prepared somebody is for retirement, right? Um, do they have their loans and debts paid off? Do they have a mortgage?
Mm.
Do they have to support kids? How's their life insurance? How's their car insurance? Like, what kind of bills do they have? You know what I mean? Then you consider how much money you can put off to the side
Mm.
and invest or trade up. Um, and always remember to pay yourself, because when I start out trading, I always forget about paying myself.
Mm.
So if I don't pay myself while trading,
Hmm.
I feel like the losses is coming from my personal paycheck.
That's true.
So the way I've been doing it now is I have a block amount. So take 5,000 for example. I would take that block amount and say within 2 months I would pay myself. So I trade that block of 5,000, and then up till that 2 month period, whatever gains or losses, let's say it's gains, I would keep the 5,000 in the account at the end of 2 months and cut away whatever gains that are on top, right? Now, let's say you're at a loss. If you're at a loss, that means you have to reconsider, how you're trading within the 2 months and reconsider your strategy. Also, you might want to reconsider, cutting down on the position sizes, because if you lost less than that $5,000, if you did not break even after that 2 months, you would have to consider cutting down on the position size of that total account.
Mm.
So you can still get paid for the effort and the time that you put into trading, because that's part of the opportunity cost here. The opportunity cost of you trading versus taking upon a 9 to 5 job.
Mm.
Now, for me, I work 2 jobs, and I'm fortunate enough that I can day trade in one of my other jobs.
Mm.
You know, but it all really comes down to perspective and how prepared you are in your personal finances. Obviously, you want to make sure that your personal finances are squared away before you can put a chunk of money to start investing.
Right.
I don't know about you. Do you have a mortgage?
Now I do, but when I first started, people can go back to some of my old videos. I lived in a studio apartment. My rent was $450 a month. I made $10 an hour, and my expenses were so cheap that transitioning from working to trading full time was a lot easier. But many of the people who now are probably in the chat room, their expenses are a lot higher, so they need a lot more returns. So I was lucky that when I first started, my expenses were so low that I didn't need so much to start out with in order to move into day trading permanently at home.
I'd say the biggest obstacles for people starting to get into trading would probably be debts. Obviously, credit card debt is at the highest because those are the highest percentage points.
Hmm.
And then following that is student loans.
Right.
For myself, student loans were incredibly ridiculous. I had $60,000 of student loans to pay off.
Mm.
So when I finally paid that off working, I was ecstatic because now I'm finally green,
Right.
finances wise. But of course, I also had to insure myself and cover myself, for the house and the car, because those are your essentials, your traveling and your shelter, right?
Right.
And of course, you gotta put a little aside to save for your retirement. So anyway, so that's on that.
Mm.
I believe David also wanted some insight on where to best put his first $5,000 of capital of investing. He's the way he put it was more of an investment as opposed to trade. I believe he says his time horizon was roughly between, I think, 2 to 6 months.
Okay.
His risk tolerance was medium, and he was relatively new but is willing to learn. I hope he's still in the chat following along. So I did a couple screens for him. I would recommend some of the mid caps to blue chips. So it's Friday, so anything goes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll touch back on the penny stocks, I promise. So, couple picks that I have for him
Okay.
are utilities and gold. My specialty right now in these sectors is resources and materials, but I particularly like the blue chip utilities this quarter. One of them I like to point out is SWX, Sierra Whiskey X-Ray, which is Southwest Gas Corporation.
Mm-hmm.
Southwest Gas Corporation, although recently downgraded by Jefferies, it posted positive earnings, decent earnings. I missed their guidance, but they missed their profits, but I think their earnings are still good.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, though, it's an uptrend for the entire year,
Mm-hmm.
and it's channeling pretty well, and it also pays dividends. So for his $5,000 on SWX, if he were to put it in right now, he would get roughly about 50 to 68 shares, if my math is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick. He'd get 64 shares. So, I mean, and it has an ATR of, $1.32.
Mm-hmm.
So over, say, 3 months, maybe expect, don't put everything in this, obviously diversify. But I can expect this thing to break 80, break 85 in the next couple months. Would not surprise me.
Okay.
Also on his list, I have the ticker AEM, Alpha Echo Mike.
Mm-hmm. Archer Daniels Midland.
It's Agnico Eagle Mines.
Oh, okay. I thought it was ADM or A.
AEM.
Oh, AEN. Okay.
Yes. Also a very big company, trades $58 right now.
Okay.
It's a gold company. This whole year, gold is phenomenal. But if you compare this company with a penny stock such as IAG or MUX, they both have the same similar channels. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They both channel up. MUX not so much, but IAG more so.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other one that starts with N. NGD? No, that's not it. Anyway, IAG is very similar to AEM.
Mm-hmm.
It's very well correlated. And since the interest rates weren't raised, and it won't be another speculation about this in the next until 2 months later, which is September, right? In September is when we reconsider whether or not the interest rate is going to go up.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I feel there's a very, very low likelihood of those interest rates going up.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like gold would be a safe investment for Mr. David.
Okay. Yeah, after that's actually a really smart play. After interest rates, I did see a rally in gold, and I think that was probably had to do with why a lot of gold stocks had really taken a toll on investors for the last couple of days towards the announcement. I think there was a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of fear there, because I had noticed there was a bearish move on a lot of stocks that were gold affiliated, as you can see them on Wednesday there of last week. Starting about Wednesday of last week, I noticed the 20th. It just all of a sudden you see a lot of hesitation starting that day on a lot of plays actually. So I wasn't sure what that was about, from the smaller plays to the larger plays. So. Mm-hmm.
Let's pick another one here. This third one I got for David is TYC, Tyco International. It's an Irish security company. And why I like this play is because his time horizon fits roughly into the election season, prior to November. So, I think, just by speculation, by what the current news is, there's going to be a lot of turmoil and anguish amongst the American public, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like people are going to be angry. Trump, Hillary fiasco, and the cop shooting, Black Lives Matters. Tyco is one of those bigger security companies that provides a lot of resources for police officers,
right,
and securing larger buildings, commercial buildings, is what this company mainly focuses on.
And that's particularly in Europe, correct?
It's based in Ireland and Europe, but it has a presence in the United States.
Okay.
So it's a global company. So it definitely has a presence in the United States.
Okay.
And this one, technical wise, it's also a up channeling trending play.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little bit more expensive, and the reason being because it's a blue chip, it's more stable for David, who wants, this is his first time into stocks. We want to make sure his losses are minimized, and if he does experience losses, he can follow rules 1 and 2 in my rule book. Cut losses quickly, and not forget about rule 1. So something stable, so you can passively watch as time goes on. Now, for some of us like day traders, we like to watch the tickers every single day, right?
Right.
But if you want to be a little bit more passive and get your feet wet, this is the way to do it. It doesn't fluctuate much. It has an ATR of 0.9, which is less than $1, so that's nice. And lastly, for Mr. David, is HSIC, Henry Schein. Are we looking at Henry Schein? Okay. Now, this one is particularly interesting for Mr. David. If Mr. David increases his risk tolerance a little bit, but all others remain constant, such as his, passive investment strategy and his time horizon, Henry Schein is a potential trade or investment here in his time horizon as well.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's trading a little bit high, so he would have to try to buy it when it dips. And the reason why this one is particularly interesting for his risk tolerance, if he wants to increase it a little bit, is because earnings are coming on the 4th. And quarter after quarter, this company is very promising on its profitability and returns. I believe last year this was only a $13 billion company, and now it's grown to be a $14.5, almost $15 billion company. The reason why it's been growing so much is it has excess capital, and it's been doing a lot of strategic acquisitions.
Mm-hmm.
It recently expanded into New Zealand, Poland, and Japan. This company focuses primarily on animal health and medical equipment, but their animal health division is expanding and growing, like bigger than ever before. I believe in the Asian countries where China and Japan are starting to grow their middle class is starting to pick up more pets, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
And their pets need, to be taken care of. So animal health is a big market sector, potential in the Asian countries right now. Alrighty, that's all I got for you, Mr. Dave. I hope that helped.
Right.
Let's look back to the home roots and go back to the pennies. Let me bring up that chart here. One moment. All right, so this is touching back a little bit on utilities because I want to expand a little bit into doing my due diligence and learning more about utilities. And I'd like to take a look at CIG, C-I-G.
Mm-hmm.
It's a Brazilian utility company. And this is all going towards my trade theme. I've been mostly focusing on materials, raw materials, and what companies use raw materials that would create that kind of demand. But utilities is interesting because, sure, it does require copper wires.
Mm-hmm. And this is the Brazilian utility company. Is that what you just said?
Yes, it's a Brazilian utility company.
Okay.
CIG. Companhia Energética de Minas. And why this one's particularly interesting is in the next couple weeks, we have the Olympics. And I believe, if you're hosting these Olympics at these huge grand stadiums, they're going to be using, the electric bill a little bit more. You're going to have, tourists, in these hotels, running up an electric bill.
Mm-hmm.
So this is particularly interesting for Brazil in that it focuses on electrical utilities. I still have more due diligence to do on this particular stock. ATR looks very nice at 0.14, so it's fairly stable day after day, and earnings are on the 12th after market close.
Nice. CIG. Actually, nice little chart there. I like that. Looks like a nice little stable play.
Yeah, decent growth. I'm looking for safe pennies, nothing too crazy. If I wanted to do something crazy, I would look for the momentum plays, buy high, sell higher.
Mm-hmm.
But for Fridays into the Mondays, I usually look for some good, decent stability plays because Mondays are very speculative. For Mondays, you don't even, have a clue of what may happen in the 3 days over the weekend. Some special news or catalyst comes out. Mondays are going to be very speculative, and I want to be safe on a Monday.
Right.
That's
Right.
why I look for these stability plays over the weekend. Let's see here. Let me bring back up my list. Here we go. Okay. Oh, no, that's not it. Am I still here? Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. You're still here, Jay.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
Um, let's talk a little bit about AMD. This is one of my favorites. I can't step away from this one. This one is
It
has
just
been very
it just keeps going up.
yeah, it's a parabolic at this point. I said yesterday, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, how it'd be a very good idea to buy around 660 and try to sell it at 690 and play that ride up and down, that wave for this particular play, right?
Hmm.
I believe, sure enough, today did do that same kind of movement, that same kind of response.
Hmm.
Let's see how it traded today. The movement today started out low 675 and high 690, 689. So it still has that wave pattern to it, that parabolic. And if people play the indicators, particularly the Bollinger Bands, that trades on the volatilities of these particular plays, this is one of those that you would feel comfortable in holding intraday, and you wouldn't lose too much because you would know that in the next day you can still ride the wave up and down.
Right.
Alrighty, I think I covered for the most part all that I saw in chat and off my chest. Any questions in particular?
Off the top of my head, I mean that's a really good review. I don't think anybody I don't see any questions in the chat room. I like the Spanish company, the CIG. I like that one as the most stable. Of course, AMD is great. AMD, my biggest fear, but I love how it's consolidating like that because every time it's done that, a couple of days later it breaks out. So I like how these last 2 days has gotten really tight like that. So that almost gets me excited that $7 is around the corner.
Hey, you know what? I'm going to spend the next 2 minutes, if you don't mind me, talking about a little bit about the rule book I posted a little bit earlier. I'll link it again, just so everybody has it, because I think it's important that everybody adopts similar strategies to these. I praised James Bond, Mr. Bond, about his mentality, his enthusiasm. But at the same time, he trades these very bankrupt and sub $1 stocks that, for me, would get 3 heart attacks in a day. But because he has that right trade ideas, the trade mentality, I think it'd be important to share with the chat some of the rules that he and I share. So one of it is he touches on very, very extremely well is cutting losses, and those are my top 1 and 2 rules. Cut losses quickly, and don't forget rule number 1. For him, I think he said about 10% of losses. For me, I try to do the 1% per day for 30 days strategy.
Okay.
So for me, a loss for me is probably like 5% in a single day because that would wipe out my week. But normally, that doesn't happen too often because you can always swing trade. You can hold it into the next day if you feel like the risk is worth it, and you can calculate your position that it's not too large. You might be able to double down on it,
Hmm.
double up to average your costs a little bit lower. So your share, although your share position is greater when you average down, your average cost is lower. That means the greater share position you have more multiplying effect on the price movement of either going back up to break even or even losing more completely. There's multiple avenues of approaches when you're at a loss that you have to strategize and consider. Um, and he also touched on having a plan. Having a plan is the most important part of entering and exiting a trade, because that with a plan, you can rely on that more so than emotions. Because with a plan, you know exactly what to expect. You can calculate your risk and reward ratio
Hmm.
before entering the position. You know immediately when you enter that position how much you expect to lose if things go south,
Sure.
and the potential winnings if things are great. And if things are that great, sometimes let it ride. If it has momentum, if it has volume, let it ride. Let it shoot to the moon. But as soon as that rocket ship runs out of fuel,
Hmm.
you gotta go down to that next rule number 5, and take those profits.
Right.
You cannot be greedy. You just gotta walk away with it and say enough is enough, and I'm cashing out for the day. I've won. I won at the casino. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because
Right.
people who keep pushing it, at that point, it's essentially gambling. At that point, if you're gambling, you might as well go to a roulette table and put everything on black. Because when you do that, you have a 47% win rate. If you can't beat a 47% win rate at roulette when you're trading, you know, then you have to consider, if trading is really the right thing for you. If you can't beat the 47% win rate at the roulette table on black.
Right.
Now, I personally don't like the sub $1 plays and the illiquid plays, but for some people, it works for them. For Mr. Bond and Mr. Lloyd, it works for them. For me, it's the 3 heart attacks in a day that I don't have the stress and stamina for. So so that's my rule number 6, is not to trade under a certain volume per stock, which is I put it at 3/4 of a million in volume, and having a high relative trade ratio, relative volume. Um, because most people, what they like to do is they like to trade. They like to just look at what are today's all green gainers. What's all green and what's all red. You know, they only want to focus on what's all green and see if they can duplicate that in the next day, and try to nitpick and try to snipe out beforehand, pre-market maybe, and try to ride that super gain of 200%. But if you're realistic, if you gain 10% or 15% in that single day, you did absolutely amazing.
Mm.
um, and of course, you guys can read all the other rules below that. I'm not going to take up any additional time. I yield back my time, so I'll leave it at that.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Jay, for the call. As always, great call, man.
All right, thank you very much, though.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jay. I hope you guys are listening. That's deep game here. That's some deep game here. So I hope you guys were listening. Deep game there. Okay. We had some people in the chat room asking me for Tim Sykes' How to Make Millions, the full DVD. I understand that Pirate Bay only has an abbreviated 1 GB version. It's heavily abbreviated. The How to Make Millions DVD is about 40 hours or so. Is it like 30 hours? It's something ridiculous like that. It's something like ridiculous, like 16 hours or so. So here's the full DVD. You're going to need a Nitro account to download it. When you click on the link, you're going to have to go and select premium download, get a little Nitro Flare account, you're right, for like 2 days or so. It's like 10 bucks. Download it. All right, so here's the link. Here's a link in the chat room to it. And that's the How to Make Millions DVD. That's the How to Make Millions DVD. All right. So I put that in the chat room, and you guys can download that. They're all hosted at Nitro Flare. So you go down, scroll down, and it's 16 parts, all RAR. You're going to have to download every single one of them. You can download them all at one time. You can use the free version. I mean, it's a slow ass download. Just get a premium account. It's like 10 bucks. It's reliable. You know, it's a one-time thing. Just download it and move on with life. Really great educational program, though. Really great educational program. All right, guys. Well, I hope you guys have learned everything. Again, Jay, thank you so much. James Bond, thank you so much for all the knowledge you guys get. CYTR, yeah, James Bond is letting me know that. CYTR, that's the one for Monday. He's saying that's the play for Monday. So on Monday, you guys know I'll be right here again. We'll talk about it. So we'll see what's going on with CYTR. LK Ross says extended hours. Hey, LK Ross, you don't pay me enough for extended hours, bro. Oh, man. Oh, man. So I want to appreciate all my callers tonight. I want to appreciate all my callers tonight. AMPE, CYTR, AMD, Sprint, everybody who was in the chat room today, Miss Petaway, Cool Cat Beans, of course, James Bond. Miss Petaway, thank you for calling 2 times, 3 times, I think. Shout out to Miss Petaway. Rhea G, have a good night, ma'am. Rhea, if I miss your call, please call back on Monday. Antonio B, what's up? Larry, yeah, we got a guy who's in NNV, and he's made a lot of money on it, Mr. Lloyd. Spartan Financial, thank you for watching. Kevin, of course. Sincere, appreciate you for your call. Mr. Rivera, thank you for your call. Or Mr. Rivera, thank you for being in the chat room. LK Rod, you can always watch the replay, bro. Always watch the replay. Pretty D. Everybody who's anybody in the chat room, thank you for watching. Travi. Kenmore, is Kenmore a publicly traded company? Hold on. 1 second for that so-called troll everybody's calling. Kenmore. Is Kenmore publicly traded? Kenmore stock. Kenmore is not publicly traded. I don't think. No, Kenmore is not. No, they're not publicly traded. Kenmore is not publicly traded. Well, hold up here. No, they're not publicly traded. I thought they're traded. Something came up, but it's not traded. All right, one final call here. 323, what's up?
What's up, Sal? This is Zero, man. What's going on? How are you, man?
Doing good. Who's this?
Zero.
Oh, what's going on, Zero?
You know, man, I wanted to comment on Ray regarding about how not to really take risks or, the stuff he was saying. If you don't have the money not to actually do it, it's better that it's money that you could burn,
Uh-huh.
that you're able to burn and not really worry about it. Like, personally, my position, I actually, the market's a risk regardless. And sometimes, like me myself, I have to make that extreme risk. Like, I just very got into this. But, I read books and I've seen all videos, and learning fundamentals and whatnot. But, like someone like me, like I ran money on the line right here,
Mm.
So in my position has to make extreme risk and that's the risk you have to take,
Mm.
and that's something that I have to do, especially me being a single dad with my two girls. So it's just like people in any situation, you have to take extreme risk.
Sure.
Because and plus the bigger the risk, the better the rewards.
Of course.
And it helped me. Like I put a G down on AMD,
Mm-hmm.
and then I had to take it out like on Monday, and I took the profits. I made maybe like $22, something like that.
Mm.
And it helped me because that puts me in my pocket. That's for food or stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something, and that's helping me learn as I go bigger. Pretty soon we'll be putting more bigger positions for bigger gains.
Right.
But I'm gonna have to take those risks, and then it's gonna start like that. But I stick to the things. Collecting cans, recycling my cans, bottles. That's extra money right there.
Right.
So I do, as a person taking extreme risk, I have to have that safety line that I create for myself.
Mm.
So that way, try to maintain that balance. So allowing me to use my rent money, and also have a good stop loss and stuff like that. Check my limits. Those. That's something I have to do every day. So like I'm good right now. Like I'm up 700 on my account. I have 3 positions right now, and I'm just sitting back, bagging them.
Mm.
But I'm good right now because I don't really have to take those extreme risks now. And I could just take some regular risks.
Right. Right. Now,
That's all I want to say.
do you ever? Because I mean, obviously having 2 daughters and putting the rent money on the line, that's got to be kind of scary, doesn't it? Like that's got to like scare you to death sometimes, man.
Well, like I was saying, I do stuff. I'm good with computers. Some people need help. I fix they have a virus or something. They're not really technically savvy. I'll come up on $10, $20. I'll hook them up, help them out, show them some stuff, some tricks. That stuff. Those are the safety lines I put out to allow me to make those extreme risks. So I can recoup after that, if saving cans, doing stuff, little extra money here and there that I save up.
Mm.
So that's what I'm capable of doing that. But now, like, I'm letting my account grow, so now the extreme risks right now are out of the question right now. But I'm still going to try to take bigger positions with, even though it's a small account, I still, get those big rewards back.
Right. Yeah, man. I mean,
And then,
the power of compounding, it really works, especially for small traders. Being able to make those gains and then take those gains right back into another bigger position. And, as you get better as a trader and, taking more calculated risk, making even greater returns, that compounding action really, really works. And
right.
if you're not, cashing out to go and blow it on something stupid, yeah, your account will grow very, very quickly if you stay dedicated to continuing to grow as a trader and making bigger, wiser decisions as you move forward.
Right, and I feel that it's helping me build a system right now. Like, thanks for hearing from the youth stock trades. I'm able to now I could probably play the NASDAQ stuff, small caps, micro caps, and also play the penny stocks on like my TV account,
Mm.
and I could just like switch back and forth. So that's also very helpful for me. And whoever's in a position like me, that's something that you might want to do as well. And you could day trade as much as you want, but just jump back and forth and just bag stuff and penny stocks. Find some good stuff to put your money in.
Mm. Wow. Wow. Well, yeah, Zero man. I know you called earlier this week, and I want to see you win, man. You're one of those people who call up. I want to see you win because I know you had told me the other day about the fact that you're a single dad, 2 kids, man, and this trading. You really want this to work, and I know it can work for you because you want it to work for you. So,
Oh yeah, most
uh,
definitely, most
yeah, man,
definitely.
yeah, yeah, and I
Yeah, I'm about to get that done thing too, because that way I could use for my taxes and stuff.
yeah.
Have some have some write offs and get stuff done, so that they won't take as much for me as they would as not having a business
Sure, sure. Yeah,
or
yeah,
business credit.
yeah. Incorporating will definitely, when it comes to tax time, and you become a more profitable trader, and you start, bringing in a couple thousand a month, several thousand a month, and you start calculating what the estimated tax bill at the end of the year is. You're definitely going to probably want to start trading under a corporation where you can start writing off and paying yourself through your business and simplifying the tax situation for yourself. Yeah.
Right, right. Before I go, I know I probably took a lot of time, but as I want to talk about AMD, that was the first stock I really put my money into. That was rent money. I put it all on them, and and I want to thank James Bond for that. Coquette, and I was still doing my research. I just didn't go dump all the money in, and I was reading all the articles, doing math and stuff. And I feel that AMD is really going to be up there with Intel. There's like a lot of stuff happening with that. They're going to be running the game industry and all consoles. Like all their chips are being put in Nintendo stuff, and
Mm.
Xbox, and PS. Everything. And so they're going to be the dominant chip maker in the game industry. And I see the game industry trying to make it like a cell phone. They're going to be spitting consoles out
Mm.
because they see these people buying these $800, $600 phones, and they're so feeble. People drop them, and they go buy another one, and they're replaceable. And people buy them.
Mm.
So that's how the game. They're going to be selling them like hotcakes. Maybe it used to be like every 5 years a game console. That's going to be it's going to be slowly, slowly slowing down, and you're going to be like maybe every 3 years, 2 years. Heck, it might be every one year. We don't know. Depends. They're going to beta test that and see how it goes.
Right.
So I really feel AMD is really going to be up there in the 30s, maybe within a year, year and a half.
Oh yeah. I mean
That's why
AMD. Yeah, AMD has really made a push for market share this year. AMD at $30 at a year and a half. I've seen wilder. I wouldn't bet against that. The way it's been moving lately, I would not bet against AMD not being for sure. I would definitely put for sure on double digits this time next year. There's no doubt about it. As long as they keep producing the way they're doing, and they're really ahead of the curve with some of the new products they put out. So I would not put it against at AMD being double digits this time next year. There's absolutely no doubt about it. If this continues with what they're doing. Um,
right.
now are you still in the stock, or you plan on going back
Well, no,
in
I'm out
long
right now,
term?
but
Okay.
I'm gonna get in because I already have some positions, and like right now I'm 700 in, and everything's on a position. Like the SCMS or something like that. I got shares in that, and the Zine, and actually have something of my own of the MSST.
Hmm.
It's like it's a laser. They're building like good thing for lasers, skin and muscles and nerve pains and all that.
Mm.
And it's out right now. Like I got FDA approval right now. I'm just trying to get like sales going on. They're ready. It's on the market already, and they're just trying to like promote that right now. So I'm just sitting on that. I got like 1,000 shares now.
Mm.
So that's about it right now.
Definitely appreciate it. Well, man, thank you for the call, Zero. I really appreciate the call, bro.
You got it, man.
All right.
Everyone have a good night.
All right. Thanks for watching. So yeah, shout out to Zero. This is 00. This is 00. And shout out to him. He's been a long time listener. Long time listener. So again, guys, thank you so much for the calls. I appreciate it so much, everybody in the chat room. I'm going to go here, grab me something to eat. I've been on the thing for 4 hours, so let me grab myself something to eat. I'll be sitting here sometimes needing to take a piss so damn bad. But I'm good tonight. But hey, guys, I really appreciate you guys again watching all week. See you guys Monday. Hopefully I got some better outlook on some things. I need a new long-term play. I thought it would probably be FSS. I'm still reevaluating. I don't like the way it dipped down these last 2 days. So we'll see. AMD is something we're looking into. Sprint as well. But I think both AMD and Sprint I would love to see. I would love to see a decline in those in the next couple of days. I want to get in a lot cheaper than that. I don't like buying high. You guys know that. So we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I'll be needing to take a piss and everything, man. Like, god damn. All right, guys. So again, appreciate the calls. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned. Monday show is just around the corner. So thank you, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye. Bill Betts, did you really just say get my ass a jar? Did Bill Betts... Bill. Bill, did you really just say get my ass a... Let me give Bill this right here.
Ultra kill. Gotcha, bitch.
That's for you, Bill. All right, guys. Good night. I'm out of here. Fuck, man. Gotta take a fucking piss, bro.